Well. The Cowboys are playing the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday night. And it is going to be prime time again for the Dallas Cowboys. But I've kind of been listening to some of the interviews. I've been kind of listening to Brian Schottenheimer. I got a question that I really want to see if the Cowboys are going to answer this coming Sunday. Are the Cowboys ready for a playoff run? I mean, really. Not only are they ready for a playoff run, the bigger question is, do they really want a playoff run? I mean, my question is, are the Cowboys really hungry for a playoff run? Are we in some kind of strange evaluation mode? Or are we feeling good because the Cowboys are 6-1? They have an opportunity to win 4 games in a row. And what if they only win 3 of the next 4? Will 9-7-1 be good enough? Because everyone says it's Brian Schottenheimer's first season. And so his first season was a winning season. I want to know these things. And I am very interested to see these things. Because I saw the speech that Brian Schottenheimer gave on Hard Knocks. And everybody's applauding what he said on Hard Knocks. Everybody is saying, oh, that's my coach. And that's who I want to be coaching the Dallas Cowboys. And I don't disagree. But when are the talks? When are the motivational speeches? When will those things finally start to materialize consistently on the field and this team goes out Sunday after Sunday and they go hard on every single team? I want to know those things. And Cowboy fans, we're about to see this on Sunday night because that's the beginning. Let's go! Back at it! A-U-D-O-Matic! Let's go! I want to know if the Cowboys really want it or not. Man, talk is cheap. Bullcorn runs a marathon. I want to see if the Cowboys really want it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? We got a lot more things coming up this season. Oh, let's talk facts. I want to know. It is put up or shut up time. I want to know. I want to know if this Cowboys team is really wanting it. I'll be honest with you. Hey, I love Brian. I'm riding until the wheels fall off. But I want to know, Brian, enough talk. Hey, you say all the right things. I want to see. Do you really want it? I don't want to hear no stories after Sunday night talking about this, that, and the other. No, I want to see you stomp the Minnesota Vikings in the ground. Y'all do know. Can I keep it a beam with y'all? Y'all do understand that going down this 4-game stretch of the teams that need to go to the playoffs, at least from what I'm looking at, the Dallas Cowboys have the easiest 4-game schedule of all these teams. Maybe other than the San Francisco 49ers. Hold on a second. Are you telling me the last 3 of the 4 teams the Cowboys have left do not have winning records? Are you telling me the Vikings don't have a winning record? The Commanders don't have a winning record. The Giants don't have a winning record. You're telling me the last 4 teams, 3 of the last 4 teams don't have winning records. I don't want to hear nothing about no divisional games. I don't want to hear nothing about where the Dallas Cowboys, everybody give us their best shot. You should beat those 3 teams, and the Chargers are coming to Dallas. How bad do you want it? I want to know. And there are no excuses. How bad do you want it? If the Cowboys go 10-6-1 and don't make the playoffs, I'm ecstatic. But don't you tell me that the Cowboys are going to lose one of these last 4 games. Because I'm telling you, unless there is something cataclysmic that happens, that should not be the case. Oh man, I'm telling you, I am fired up on a Friday night because I've been listening to this team talk. And I want to know, how hungry are you? Because sometimes that hunger ain't coming across when I hear some of these players talking. And I understand, yeah, we want to kind of keep it even keel. Okay, I'm going to go with that. But I want to see what you do against the Vikings. Tough game or not, the Cowboys are better than the Vikings, bar none. When are you going to come out and start imposing your will on teams because you're better than teams? I want to know. Let me tell you what we're going to be talking about tonight. Tonight, we're going to listen to these Brian Schottenheimer press conferences. Because it's these press conferences that got me fired up. Because, again, I keep hearing all this, rigmarole in the press conferences. But there is no excuse. There is no excuse when the last 4 games, only three of those teams have losing records. I'm sorry, we got to call a spade a spade. You are what your record says you are. I don't want to hear, when we get to them, they're going to get, no. We're better than those teams. Period. We're going to listen to Brian Schottenheimer. And I got to give it to Jerry Jones. If there's anybody that seems to be fired up, it's Jerry Jones. We're going to listen to Jerry Jones' press conference. We're going to listen to some of these player interviews. In particular, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Javonte Williams, and then we're going to listen to Trayvon Diggs. Cowboys have a Diggs dilemma. And we're going to talk about it. So if you sensitive, you might want to tune out tonight because we are going to talk about this Diggs stuff. Then we're going to look a little bit at the Vikings' previous game, kind of what did they do against the Washington Commanders, and then we're going to give a little bit of a Vikings overview. Tomorrow, we'll go into our full Vikings-Cowboys preview. But tonight, I want to know. And this is what I'm going to be commenting on all throughout these press conferences, things that they're talking about. I want to know, how bad do they want it? How bad do they want it? All right, let's get into this. Let's get us a quick roll call. Man, let's keep this same music going. Let's keep it going. Let's see who was in here tonight. KH8641. Respectfully, can anyone explain how I can change my name on here? I'm pretty sure somebody in the comments can help you out. Welcome to the show tonight. Blue Blood, welcome to the congregation. It's full steam ahead. I'm with you. Richard Owens, what up? The Queen, what's going on? Queen said, I think the boys are really ready for this game. Queen, they better be. They better be, because I want to see it. RT Holman, what's going on with you? Ronnie Dub, what's going on? Doomsday, what is going on? Doomsday, this is why I want to see it. We got, hey, you know what? They're going to give us their best shot, but we're better than them. Carl Williams, what's going on? Big Dal 8604, Jeremy Pitts, John Jones. You heard me in the beginning. John Jones, it's a new Jack City. Let's go. Big Mouse Dog up in this thing. What is going on? What is going on? Jeremy Betts, he said, hope everyone is having a great night. Oh, it's about to get real good tonight. What's going on? Nisi, my sister from the beginning is in the chat. What's going on? Devin Mills in this thing. Bass, what's going on? Bass, it honestly looks better on Shotty than it does on Eberflus. We're going to talk about that too. What is going on with your Bears? Alicia Henry, good to see you tonight. Timothy Govin, what's going on? He said have Diggs cover Jefferson. It will put the doubters to rest. Your thought? Timothy, go. Boy, I'm going to tell you right now. Hey, you right. It will put the doubters to thought. Hey, it'll put the doubters to rest. But it's also gonna be bad for the Cowboys. Diggs ain't ready for Jefferson. Diggs not ready for Jefferson. Michael Tyree, what's up? Hey, we gonna talk about that too. Chris Dunaway in here. What's going on? Jaden Justin, what's going on? Trent Smith, Freddie Morales, El Chuco in the crib. What's going on? Hey, Brian Woodbury, what's going on with you? I want to know I want to know how hungry George Pickens is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm with you. David Ivory, what's going on? All right, guys, let's get this thing going. Davion Wallace, Chanel, our neighborhood statistician is in the crib. What's going on? Jamil Gregory, Lord Nova, what's going on with you? Thomas in this thing, what is up? Timothy Dove, what up? Derek Grimsley, what's going on? Man, it is so good to see y'all tonight. Give yourselves a hand, best chat on YouTube. We're going to have some fun tonight, whether it be 10 or 10,000. Man, we are going to be talking Cowboys for the next 2.5 to 3 hours. I said it. I've already put the time on it. Get your coffee. We are talking Cowboys tonight, and hopefully we'll get more people joining in as we continue on. But I've been thinking about this Cowboys thing, man. I've been thinking about this Cowboys thing. And Brian Schottenheimer, when I think about the coaches after Tom Landry, it has to be the coaches after Tom Landry, right? But when I think of the Jimmies, the Garretts, the Parcells, when I think of McCarthy, when I think of coaches in between all of that, do y'all know Brian Schottenheimer? And correct me if I'm wrong. Has any head coach for the Cowboys ever come onto this team as the head coach and have this level of talent? Brian Schottenheimer has gotten the gift of a lifetime to come to the Dallas Cowboys at a time that not only do they have an incredible roster or basically have some incredible pieces in place, but also have Jerry and Steven in the front office in we want to win a Super Bowl again mode. Brian Schottenheimer comes onto this team. Brian Schottenheimer has Dak Prescott in his prime at the pinnacle of his powers, year number 10. He's got Trayvon Diggs. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the chat. Y'all forgive me. I didn't mean to say that about Trayvon Diggs. We'll talk about him later. He has C.D. Lamb right now, top 3 wide receiver. George Pickens right now. I'm going to argue top 3 wide receiver. He's got an offensive line that has a great triangle in the middle of Cooper Beebe, Ty Smith, and Ty Booker. Javonte Williams is on the resurgence. When you think about what he has on this team, he has a lot of elite, great, and good pieces on the offense. Jerry Jones went in the trade deadline when he got Quentin Williams. They got Kenny Clark in a trade, got Oso Digizua on the front, drafted Donovan Ezeraku, got DeMarion Overshown back, brought in Logan Wilson. We're going to talk about that later. Got Savon Revel out there at the corner position looking pretty good. Deron Bland, he is what he is, but we got him. But I'm just saying, in the grand scheme of things, can you tell me a coach? What coach took over for the Cowboys with that much in place? The only one that could even be argued is Mike McCarthy. And Mike McCarthy didn't have this much true firepower in his first season with the Dallas Cowboys. Mike McCarthy didn't have this. So I've been thinking about this, man, and we just got to really just understand what it is. It is Brian Schottenheimer's first year. But he's actually been with this team. It's his first year as the head coach, but he's been with the team. He's gotten some rapport built. He's been with the team. The team doesn't have just okay players, great players. Most coaches come to teams and they don't even have the quarterback in place yet. They don't have the quarterback they want. Brian has stepped into the ideal situation. And the Cowboys right now, I'm not telling you the Cowboys are good enough right now to win the Super Bowl, even though I think they could win the Super Bowl if they could get there because they got enough firepower on the outsides. They got enough firepower at the quarterback position. Defense, we'll see what happens over the next 4 games. I'm not ready to. I've seen Matt Eberflus over the last 3 games. I'm not going to fold on Matt Eberflus yet. I want to see what Matt Eberflus does the next 4 games. He had 3 great games in a row. Somewhere in there, he's probably going to give you a dud. And the Detroit Lions, let's not take anything away from them. They had a great game plan. I want to see what Matt Eberflus does the next 4 games before I really say it is time for the Cowboys to write him off. And it don't even matter what I say because I don't think the Cowboys are writing him off. Unless there is a cataclysmic collapse over the next 4 games, which I don't think there will be. Matt Eberflus is here to stay. But I'm saying all of that because I'm just thinking about Cowboys got a lot going for them right now. And I know everybody is so quick to get back and try to just stone Matt Eberflus. But Matt Eberflus had 3 great games in a row. But he met his match against the Detroit Lions. Dan Campbell, I'm going to give him credit. Dan Campbell came out with a game plan. And he totally took Matt Eberflus out of the game plan, out of the game that he had ran so good against the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs in particular. Dan Campbell did a great job. So before I totally write Matt Eberflus off, I want to see what he is the next 4 games. And I don't have a choice because it's not like the Cowboys are going to fire him over the next couple of games. So I want to get into this Brian Schottenheimer press conference. Because as I continue to listen to Brian Schottenheimer, I'm still, like I say, I love the Brian Schottenheimer press conferences, but I got to be honest with you. If I heard one of them, I've heard them all. I mean, I can pretty much tell you what he's going to say in every press conference. He's going to say that we didn't play up to standards. He's going to say that began with the coaches. I hadn't even listened to the press conferences today, but I just know what he's going to say. We haven't played up to standard. That begins with the coaches. Competition every day. You know, I just know the things he's going to say. He's going to defend players that some of us may not be favorable or see in a favorable light. He's going to do those types of things. He's going to say, you know, I'm a great communicator. I'm a personal person. We know the things he's going to say. But my biggest issue is first year as the head coach, so I'm not burying Brian Schottenheimer. Don't take this as me burying Brian Schottenheimer. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. Right now, Brian Schottenheimer talks better than the team plays. I want the team to play better than he talks. Brian says all the right things after games. Says all the right things before games. But then I don't see the team playing the way he's talking. And I don't even see his game plan. Because I think one of the Cowboys' biggest Achilles heels on offense is Brian Schottenheimer's play calling has been nowhere near what I thought it was going to be. Has it been trash? No. Has it been terrible? No. Has it been great? Sometimes. I would say it's mostly good. But I also say his game plan is benefiting more from the players that he has. I want y'all to imagine if Ben Johnson had Dak Prescott, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson, Javonte Williams, Cavonte Turpin. Could y'all imagine? Oh, we don't have to imagine it. I forgot. We saw him with Detroit. I really thought that Brian's play calling would be better. I thought it would be better creatively. I thought it would be better situationally. Ben Johnson has never been a head coach. But when I look at his play calling, and I'm not even comparing him to Brian Schottenheimer, when I look at Ben Johnson's play calling, I'm looking at a lot of teams going, wow, this dude is next level. Now, I'm not saying I thought Brian was going to be there, but I did think he was going to be a lot more creative. And I have not seen that yet. And I do think that is one of the things that is holding this team back. But let's listen to Brian Schottenheimer, because I'm telling you, I love hearing him talk because I think he talks a good game. I just don't think what he says is matching even what he's doing on the field as far as his play calling goes. I'm ready for the play on the field to be better than what he's talking, because at the end of the day, talk is cheap. I know it's his first year, but y'all ponder the question I asked, and then y'all hit me back in the chat. Y'all hit me back. But when I look at what Brian Schottenheimer has in his first year compared to what other Dallas Cowboy coaches have had in their first year, man, shoot. Yeah, I'm just telling y'all, man, Brian got some things. Brian's got some things going for him. Should be thanking himself. Should be thanking God, man, for the blessing of some of the players that he has on this team. Timothy Golden, appreciate that $5 super chat. Timothy Golden, I am going to agree with you this year. I'm going to agree with you. I do think this is one of the issues. Timothy Golden makes a powerful comment here. Timothy Golden says, Schotty's coaching style doesn't put fear in opposing defenses, point blank. I agree. I agree. It doesn't. It doesn't. Brian is not. The first half of the season, people have to understand why he was putting up so much points on teams in the first 6 games of the season. Brian was putting up a lot of points on teams in the first 6 games of the season because nobody had really seen him call plays in 5 years. Even Brian was saying it's the element of surprise. People don't know what I'm going to be when I call plays for the Cowboys. So, I'm going to just tell you, he got me, man. He had me hyped up. I'm like, hey, okay, he's saying ain't nobody seen him. So, hey, okay, Brian going to really get this. He going to do some things ain't nobody seen. That play calling in the first 6 games, people were trying to figure it out. But then when the Carolina Panthers figured it out, other teams followed up, and the Denver Broncos really exposed it. And then we got beat by Arizona. People started, and you know what? Hindsight is 2020. You know who else figured it out early? The Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears out-physicaled us even before CeeDee Lamb went down. The Chicago Bears defense was smothering us. They were putting hands on us even before CD went down. So, Schotty's play calling, and this, if they're going to make this run, this is where it begins. The play calling. The play calling is where it's going to begin. I'm just flabbergasted. No trick plays. Nowhere near the amount of motion I thought we were going to see. We've done nothing with Cavonte Turpin other than put him as a traditional wide receiver. We tried to get him on a couple of jet sweeps, put him in the backfield in the I formation. That's all we've done with that's all we've done with Cavonte Turpin? I'm shocked. I'm telling you, I'm shocked. Even Dan Campbell. I don't even consider Dan Campbell to be a top play caller. Boy, he looked pretty doggone good against the Cowboys. A lot of teams look good against the Cowboys. But he looked good against the Cowboys when Matt Eberflus was looking real good. He made Matt Eberflus do some things that Matt Eberflus didn't want to do. People are killing Matt Eberflus in that Detroit game. I'm not killing him because I'm telling us Dan Campbell called him out of what he wanted to do. We'll see if the Minnesota Vikings are going to do it this week. I forgot the name of their head coach. I'll look it up in a moment. He's a pretty good play caller, too. I don't put him on the level of the Sean McVays of the world and things of that nature, not to mention he got J.J. McCarthy. I'm sorry. We better not let J.J. McCarthy come out and look like Roger Staubach reincarnated. The Cowboys should really put the hurting on one. They should really put a hurting on J.J. McCarthy because J.J. McCarthy hasn't been good. But again, I'm just telling us, man, I mean, whether we accept it or not, and this is not hating on Brian Schottenheimer because I really like Brian Schottenheimer. I'm going to ride with Brian Schottenheimer until the wheels fall off. But I am going to tell the truth about Brian Schottenheimer because why does he have such slow starts? Why? I mean, what is going on? Why do the Cowboys find themselves behind in the first quarter? I mean, almost over the last 4 games, they're always behind in the first quarter. Yeah, some of it's turnovers, but some of it is just bad play. Oh, and I don't want to call it bad play calling. It's just predictable play calling, if I could say that. It's predictable play calling. He doesn't throw any wrinkles out there when he comes out against teams. And so I want to see some creative play calling by Brian Schottenheimer. Man, give us something creative. He's benefiting from the talent of the players that he has, and you're supposed to. But can we also put those players in a position to win? I said this about Dak Prescott in the Denver Broncos game. I'm going to say the same thing about George Pickens in the last Detroit game. George Pickens is out here getting killed in the media because people are saying he had a bad game. When the reality is, Brian Schottenheimer saw full well that when he came out, they had a plan for George Pickens. Brian didn't make, if he made adjustments, I'd like to know what they were. He didn't make any adjustments. He didn't move George around a lot. He didn't try to put him in motion. He didn't try to get him in trips. He didn't try to get him in pick plays. He didn't try to do a lot of those things. He just allowed Detroit to take away your best player. Nah, man, you can't do that, especially when CD is opposite of him. There is no way he can do it. He made no adjustments. Steve Smith Sr. talked about it, showed it on film. He made no adjustments, none. Freddie said, in my opinion, some of you are demanding Shotty coach like a 10-year coach and vet. This is his first year as a head coach, people. Freddie. I'm not going to give that to you. We don't have no choice but to wait. We're riding with Brian Freddie, but I'm not going to give you. We're asking that he coach like a 10-year vet. So you're telling me that Ben Johnson is coaching like a 10-year vet? So you're telling me that Ben Johnson is basically an alien coach, and that Ben Johnson with less talent. Freddie, you're telling me Ben Johnson with less talent is doing more with less. Freddie, I don't know if you've watched Ben Johnson. I don't know if you've watched a couple of them Chicago plays. A couple of them Chicago games. But if you haven't, I would really encourage you to watch it. I would encourage you to watch one of their games because this dude, Ben Johnson, ain't got no coaching experience. I never thought Brian was on that level of calling plays, but I did think he was better than what he is. And he's got great players. He's got elite level players. Elbert says because Shotty likes to start off establishing the run. Well, Elbert, if you know that, I know that, then Elbert, don't everybody else know that too? Well, don't everybody else know that too? When do you change that? So when do you change it? Are you so afraid? You have the best right now. Arguably, Dak Prescott is the best quarterback in the league, bar none. Have y'all not noticed that when that run game don't work, who do they turn to? They turn to old reliable Dak Prescott. Everybody know he's throwing the ball, and Dak Prescott still carves up teams. CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens right now have an astounding stat. They are leading the league when it comes to man-to-man coverage. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Dak Prescott has the most throwing yards man-to-man? Why do you think that is? Because Dak Prescott can make tight window throws. Dak Prescott, yes, he needs a run game, but Dak Prescott can fully function without a run game. How about rather than sometimes you come out establishing the run, how about you come out sometimes and say, you do know my quarterback is Dak Prescott, don't you? You do know I have George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, don't you? Ryan Flanoy at the third wide receiver spot. Ferguson at the tight end spot. I mean, even though he don't get no run after yards after the catch. But when I got that kind of talent, do I really have to establish the run first? You do know we can loosen up a defense by coming out and saying, hey, bro, we going all out right now. All out. Dak Prescott, we're going no huddle. It's all on you. No huddle. First 2 drives. You realize how you loosen up a team? Have you not noticed that when that run don't work, when Brian tries to start off with that run and it don't work, what does he have to do? He has to go back and rely on old faithful Dak Prescott. No. He's got to get a lot more creative. And I think the issue is it's really simple. I think Timothy Govin said it right. He doesn't strike fear in the hearts of teams with his play calling.
I'm good. I know who you are.
Brian is a great leader. So don't think I'm ragging on Brian that he's not a great leader. No, I think he is the coach the Cowboys need. I 100% love the coach that he is. But as a play caller so far, once the league caught up with Brian, I'm still waiting on Brian to make the adjustments to say, I got some more stuff. Either I got some more stuff y'all haven't seen, or I can be a lot more creative. Because again, everybody knew the Cowboys were going to do what they did against Detroit. And the Cowboys still tried to come out and do it. And that's why the Detroit Lions were able to have so much success against the Dallas Cowboys. Very predictable. Very, very predictable. Again, Lock and D. Ben Johnson don't even come out flat first half. He don't. Man, this dude come out the box. I don't expect him to be Ben Johnson. I'm just saying, I just expected him to be a lot more creative than he is. And that is really plaguing this team. Ryan said our tackles are bad. That too. I agree with you there too. And we don't want to admit it. We're still talking about Tyler Guyton is good, but I think we got a tackle problem on both sides. Ryan says our tackles are bad. Can't win anything like this. We were told our old line was fine. I think our old line is good in the triangle. Where it's suffering is at the tackle position. Albert said Dak is the what? Dak Prescott right now is the best quarterback in the league. The only person that could argue with Dak Prescott being the best quarterback in the league is Matthew Stafford. But when you look at all the categories as far as quarterbacks goes, man, Dak Prescott is either number 1, 2, 3, or 4 in almost every single category. Man, Dak Prescott's incredible right now. We do not appreciate what Dak Prescott is doing. Dak Prescott is incredible right now. And in this team, I never like when Jerry used to say this team goes as far as Dak takes us. But right now, man, Dak Prescott is incredible. And Shotty's got to get a lot better in his play calling. Don't get this twisted. Brian is a great coach as far as team building, culture. I don't think no other coach could have handled all the things that Brian has handled. But play calling wise, Dak Prescott, and people are not giving Dak Prescott credit. the Cowboys would have way more sacks if Dak wasn't as savvy as he is in the pocket, moving left, right, stepping up, stepping back, rolling out of the pocket. Dak Prescott has actually alleviated some sacks that would have been sacks. Dak Prescott getting the ball out of his hand fast. Dak Prescott pre-snap, post-snap reads. Dak Prescott has kept himself, has kept himself upright in some situations and has allowed this offensive line to get some credit that maybe it doesn't necessarily deserve. Dak Prescott has done those things. And so I'm just telling this, man, Brian right now, and I want to see what he looks like against the Vikings, because I'm going to tell you now, Brian Flores is going to blitz the snot out of him. Now, Dak Prescott is great against the blitz, but the question will be, what will the calls be against the blitz? Because I'm telling you now, man, if the Cowboys don't run a lot of 11 and 12 personnel, Cowboys better run some 11 and 12 personnel. I would prefer them run a lot of 12 personnel. They better get some help on those tackles. They better get tight ends on both sides. Because if not, I'm telling you, Brian Flores is going to blitz out of his mind. And better keep Hunter Lipke back there in the backfield. Because I'm telling you, they are going to blitz out of their mind. Dak Prescott is going to have some great opportunities. He's going to have some opportunities for some big plays. Because Brian Flores, at least this is what I think he's going to do. Because if you listen to what they were saying about Detroit actually played more zone against the Cowboys than they did the entire season because they didn't want to risk Dak Prescott carving them up. So they rushed 4 and dropped 7, at least according to what people were saying. So, man, I'm telling you, though, I think Dak's going to have some great opportunities. All right, I'm going to come back to your comments. I know the comments on fire with some of the things that I'm saying. I'm going to come back and read your comments. I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Let's listen to some of Brian Schottenheimer. Let's check him out.
Business, right? That's what you like? Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News.
We know that. We just sorry did that.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to be official. Sorry.
Okay, good.
Health update, Guyton. Has he had any setbacks or anything like that? What's his progress?
No, they're just tricky. I mean, these things can be tricky, and he was on the grass yesterday, which is a good thing. But these things sometimes take a little time, especially when you're 320-plus pound man. Sometimes they take a little longer.
How's Mr. Diggs doing?
Doing well, having a good week. Again, like we said, see how today goes. And, again, excited to see how he finishes the week.
Ferguson with the calf, that occurred in the game, or did something happen in practice?
Practice, yeah, just a little tweak in practice, yeah. Same thing, do a little bit more today, kind of a build-up process, and see how he does.
Clowney's good?
Same thing, probably game time decision, progressing well. He's very impatient over there. I mean, I'm distracted now because he wants to get to his question. Okay, but are you good? You feel okay? Great. All right, great.
Hold on, let me listen to this again. Hold on, I'm trying to make out the names he's saying. Hold on.
Especially when
has he had any setbacks or anything like that? What's his progress?
No, they're just tricky. I mean, these things can be tricky, and he was on the grass yesterday, which is a good thing. But these things sometimes take a little time, especially when you're
okay. This is Tyler Guyton, right?
Pound man. Sometimes they take a little longer.
How's Mr. Diggs doing?
Doing well, having a good week. Again, like we said, see how today goes, and again, excited to see how he finishes the week.
Ferguson with the calf, that occurred in the game, or did something?
Okay, so we're going to talk about Trayvon Diggs a little bit later, I believe. We're going to talk about Diggs some more because Brian Schottenheimer gave an interview on 105.3 The Fan, and he said a few more things about Diggs that I think is very telling. And I also think what Diggs said is very telling. But we'll talk about Diggs a little bit more.
What happened in practice?
Practice, yeah, just a little tweak in practice, yeah. Same thing, do a little bit more today, kind of a build-up process, and see how he does.
Clowney's good?
Same thing, probably game time decision, progressing well. He's very impatient over there. I mean, I'm distracted now because he wants to get to his question. Okay, but are you good? You feel okay? Great. All right, great. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I just want to make sure you're good. Now I don't know you, so you have to make sure you tell me who you are.
I got criticized for saying yes, sir, so now I can call him Shot.
That's right.
Who criticized was saying this?
We'll tell you that after this.
Here we go.
Hold on a second. Let me read a couple of comments real quick. Albert said, Lions game, we played very well. We scored 30 points. Lions were successful because of turnovers and bad special teams play. Yeah, we scored 30 points. We should have scored more than 30 points. We should have scored more than 30 points. And then also, Elbert, my question becomes the same. Are we scoring 30 points? Did we score 30 points because Brian Schottenheimer called killer plays? Or did we score killer points because of some of the things that Dak Prescott did? Some of the things they were able to do because of how they rolled the coverage over to George Pickens, and some of the things that Dak Prescott was able to do, extending some plays and some of those things. Because I'm telling you, it is not because Brian Schottenheimer is calling these killer games. It is not because we're calling these killer games. And one of the things that continues to hurt us is we're having to score points in bunches. We're having to always come back against teams rather than us playing with a lead against teams. If you could play with a lead against teams, I mean, that even changes the way your defense plays. That even changes the way your defense calls the game, because it changes the way the opposing offense plays the game. But we're always playing from behind. And it's like you have to kind of push us like a push start and really get us going before we get going. And even when we get going, it's still on how great Dak Prescott is playing. And I'm good with that because Dak is that good. But I still say, but when do we get creative? When do we start putting players in the best positions to win? To where, I mean, we're really looking at game plans going, wow. I mean, there was some great play calling in that game and this and that and this and that. But that's not what we're seeing. That is not what we're seeing. And that's why there was a lot of factors of why we got beat by Detroit. The Lions had a great game plan. That was first and foremost. Then you look at the Cowboys. Same old stuff. This is some of Brian's stuff. Elbert, we got to admit what this is. This is coaching. Somewhere, what is going on at the Cowboys are tied for third most penalties in the league. What is that? That's players, but that's also coaching. We had that with Mike McCarthy. It's now carried over with Brian Schottenheimer. And we got some different players, and it still has carried over. So what are we doing with that? Boneheaded pre-snap penalties. Then, of course, we make some turnovers. And some of those turnovers has come because of bad situational calls. Bad situational calls and some dumb stuff by the players, especially what Ferg did last week. Referees, I think they took some of the momentum out of the Cowboys. But at the end of the day, I'm still staying pat on what I said. Brian is benefiting more from the fact that he has elite players on offense than those elite players benefiting from a killer game plan. Because I don't think he has killer game plans. I think they're not trash. They're good, but they're not game changing. And the reason why I say they're not game changing is simply because we continue to find ourselves behind in first and second quarters, and we're always playing catch up.
Clarence, DLLS Cowboys. You talked about Diggs need to be more consistent. Has he done that? And what does that look like this week in practice?
Yeah, well, number one, I don't just talk about that with Trayvon. I talk about the word consistency a lot. I think it's my favorite word I use with you guys. Is why? Because to sustain success and to win in this league over time, you need to be consistent. And so it just means doing things right all the time. And that's everybody. That's not just about Trayvon. I think, again, the other thing to realize is the ramp-up portion of this is real. Like, you don't play football for 4 weeks. You don't forget how to play, but you also haven't moved and have to change direction. And the thing that's so crazy about our sport, you guys know this, it's not just you. It's the working alongside 10 other guys, and there's calls and communication things that have to be better. And once we feel like that's where we're at, then certainly we know what type of player Trayvon can be.
The Diggs dilemma. I'm going to talk about this in depth when we get to that point. The Diggs dilemma. This is one of the most nonsensical issues the Cowboys have going. This is dumb. I said this thing about Diggs, and nobody believed me. I had people coming at me mad about what I said about Trayvon Diggs, but I stick by it, and Trayvon Diggs has backed up exactly what I said, and now Brian Schottenheimer has backed up what I said. Somebody said, what did you say? Well, I'm glad you asked. Did I not say the Trayvon Diggs issue is not just a performance issue? That I don't think it's about just what he's doing on the field. And if you're listening and reading between the doggone lines, nah, the Cowboys ain't talking about just on the... This don't sound like just on the field talk. I've been saying this. This isn't just... I love Brian Schottenheimer. I'm going to roll with him until this thing is on... The frame is on the ground. But guys, come on. This dude, Trayvon Diggs, ramp up period? Ramp up period? Come on, man. Trayvon Diggs ain't forgot how to play football. This dude's a veteran. Trayvon Diggs should actually be able to miss 4 games and walk right back out there on the field and play good. He might not play at peak performance, but he should be able to play good. I think there are combinations things going on with this Trayvon Diggs dilemma. This Trayvon Diggs dilemma is crazy. We're going to talk about it more in depth as we keep going. But you know what I just really wish the Cowboys would do? Honestly, I wish the Cowboys would put this thing with Trayvon Diggs to bed. I never thought he was going to get back on the field. So all this Trayvon Diggs talk is really surprising to me. But I do say the Cowboys either need to use the bathroom or get off the pot. Stop talking of, and I know the press is going to continue to ask you about Trayvon Diggs because Jerry Jones especially opened up this Pandora box 2 weeks ago talking about that Trayvon Diggs should be on the field. But I really wish the Cowboys would put this to bed. Because it doesn't seem like, in the grand scheme of things, it does not seem like to me they want Trayvon Diggs back on the field. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm overreading it and over. Y'all tell me what y'all think in the chat. I'm going to read it in a moment. But this Diggs dilemma, we're going to get deeper into it as we get further. But this thing with Trayvon Diggs, man, I just wish the Cowboys would put it to rest. End of story. Dallas, if you're not going to bring Diggs back, just say it. Just, hey, we're not bringing Diggs back for the rest of the season. Just say it. They did the same thing with DeMarcus Lawrence last year, if y'all don't remember. I said it last year. I said DeMarcus Lawrence won't set foot on the field again for the Cowboys. The Cowboys all last year kept saying, oh, yeah, we think DeMarcus is going to be ready for this game. We think he's going to be ready for this game. We think he's going to be ready for this game. Only for him not to come back and play another game. I wish they would really put this to bed with Diggs. Go ahead and even for Diggs' sake. Even for Diggs' sake. And you're going to hear Diggs. I did listen to Diggs today, and Diggs is verifying and justifying everything I've said about Trayvon Diggs. And I'll get more into it in the Diggs dilemma. But this thing with Trayvon Diggs doesn't make sense to me.
He's cleared protocol. Can you just talk about where he is and full go and everything?
Yeah, it looks great. Yesterday I thought was a really good day for him, and again, love the intensity in his eyes. And again, that was a scary deal, as we all know. But I'm happy that he's safe and doing so well.
When City was going through his stuff, you told us, when he came to practice, you could see it in his eyes, and he was ready to bounce back, and he approached practice that way. I don't know if George needed that, but what have you seen from George? Is it you see the same thing, that he's going to put that stuff to rest?
Oh, yeah, no question. Again, both those guys have been great this week, and I think, again, like the thing with us is we came out of the game, and again, I didn't call my best game. I didn't coach my best game, and that's why you come out of the game and you're like, man, what could I have done better? But at the end of the day,
really? Really? Yeah, it's a fact. And I'm, man, you know what? I'll talk about it in a minute. I see a comment Chanel got down here. I'm gonna talk about what Chanel just said in just a moment. Larry Golden, I see a comment you made I like too. I'm gonna talk about that in a moment. Let me let Shotty get some more in.
Hey, George has been dialed in, and again, the trajectory would tell you that he's going to have a very good performance this week.
You know, I always laugh when we start talking about, yeah, you know, what have you seen from Trayvon? I mean, what have you seen from George? You know, CeeDee Lamb had a look in his eye. Come on, man. CeeDee Lamb is CeeDee Lamb. He's a top 3, top 5 receiver in the league. Of course, CeeDee Lamb was going to come back and do CeeDee Lamb things. George Pickens should literally come back and do George Pickens things. But I'm going to tell you this. It is not just about those 2 elite receivers coming back and bouncing back and having these games. No. You got to call a game plan. You got to call a game plan. You got to look at what this team does to other teams. You got to go study this team and anticipate some things that they're going to do. And you should know by now the goal for teams going forward. Kansas City did it, was not successful with it. The Detroit Lions did it, and they were successful with it. The game plan, if none of us know it yet, let me tell you the game plan against the Cowboys and Brian Schottenheimer's play calling. Stop George Pickens. If you haven't figured that out, this is not about George Pickens, because I'm going to tell you what teams do. It's a copycat league. The Detroit Lions decided that they were going to play press coverage, even in zone. They were going to play press coverage on George Pickens, make sure the cornerback literally rolled his hip, cheat over the linebacker or cheat over the safety, who's ever in the vicinity of George Pickens, cheat over, and we're going to take away that quick slant. We're going to take away the fact that Pickens doesn't really run routes as much as he kind of glides and gallops his routes. So he likes to bait defensive backs into doing this, that, or the other. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep somebody close to him, and that if he does a sluggo, we'll have somebody there waiting to go and run along with him. Bro, if you don't know that's the game plan, or if you know that's the game plan, my question is, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to put George Pickens in a position to win? Because George Pickens succeeding has as much to do with the plays called as it does with him making the plays. We saw last week, I mean, we don't want to admit it, but Dak Prescott was throwing George Pickens passes where he was covered. Absolutely covered up. And Dak still tried to get those passes in. Dak was trying his best to say, I'm not going to allow you to take away George. But if we're being truthfully honest, looking at the game plan, it didn't matter what Dak Prescott did. They took away George for the most part, and that wasn't George's fault. George has played the same way all season long. Detroit studied the Cowboys. So the question becomes, that game plan is important. Pick plays, motion, come out and read what they're showing you. Okay, let's test out and see if the Vikings, if they're going to let their best cornerback travel with George Pickens. So let's send George Pickens in motion. Let's see how the defense shifts when we move George Pickens. Don't line this dude up and just say run a slant. The game plan it's that important. Yeah, you're right. You didn't call your best game plan. And this has actually happened about what? At least 5 times this season? At least 5 times. The Denver Broncos. Bad game plan. Arizona Cardinals. Bad game plan. Carolina Panthers, bad game plan. I mean, hindsight is 2020. But when you just start looking back at some of these games that the Cowboys have lost, go back and think about how the offense looked. Didn't look too good. Whenever teams say, we're going to take away the run, we're going to take away everything deep, keep everything in front of us, let's see what Brian Schottenheimer does. His game plans fall apart, and there seems to be no adjustments, and then we just start riding the arm of Dak Prescott. So why not sometimes start like that? Rather than you trying to establish the run, how about you show teams, even if I don't establish the run, I got Rain Dakota Prescott. Just saying. He's right. He didn't call the best game.
Brian Tyler with ESPN. Jerry was on the radio, and he said he thinks we'll see more of Logan Wilson this week. What has Logan done in practice to have Jerry believe that, and what do you think of it?
Yeah, well, again, I think, when we went out and got Logan, I mean, we were trying to just do what? Add depth, add talent, add, playmaking ability to the linebacker position. First thing I would say is it's great to have Demo back. Yeah, Demo's going to be,
Now, this statement right here, I just wonder also if this statement is a little bit disingenuous. I never heard anybody say until this moment, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I'll come read it in the comments. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I never heard anybody say Logan Wilson was a depth piece until this very moment. I never heard anybody say Logan Wilson was a depth piece. Because a depth piece? No, he should be the starter. We're gonna talk about Kenneth Murray. I got some stuff on Kenneth Murray. I should have put it as one of the titles. We're gonna talk about Kenneth Murray as we talk about the defense. Because you know what? I forgot. We're gonna fit Matt Eberflus into this thing tonight. If y'all don't mind, we're going to fit Matt Eberflus in.
Really without any limitations, which is great for us. I think that's awesome. But the first thing that jumps off the film with Logan is his ability to dissect things, the ability to now communicate at a much cleaner level. Like you come in, you have to learn Spanish or French or whatever it is, and now he's able to communicate at a higher level. Both guys are going to play. K9 and he are very different, and so both guys have things that we like. And I think at the end of the day, whether it's 30 snaps and 30 snaps, again, that doesn't matter to me. It's more about finding the guy that's got the hot hand, the guy that maybe is playing more consistent. There's that word again for you, Clarence. But at the end of the day, you'll see them both out there.
And then when you get down to...
This is the one thing that I don't like that the Cowboys do. When you look at these snap counts, most teams are not doing what the Cowboys are doing. And I think this is hurting them. These rotations they do in particular, at the defensive line position, the defensive end position, and the linebacker position. I think it's hurting them. I talked about this past week. There is not a situation I could think of that I'm ever going to have Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark off the field at the same time unless the offense is on the field. If Oso Digizua is on the field in a 4-3, if I'm rushing 4 and Oso Digizua's on the field, Quinnen Williams has to be the defensive tackle with him. If Kenny Clark is on the field and Quinnen isn't on the field, I don't want Oso on the field with Kenny. I would rather have Solomon Thomas on the field with Kenny. I even want to see if Perion Winfrey can play on the field with Kenny. But in my base 4-3 defense, it is going to be Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark all day long. And when you go back and look at the tape, there were drives where Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark are not on the field. What? Bonkers to me. Same thing in this dumb linebacker rotation. Demo needs to be on the field all the time. Demo needs to be on the field all the time. I think the Cowboys are ramping him up. I'm hoping by if not this game, the next game, we need to get Demo at about 50 plus snaps. And we need to start moving Demo all over the field. We need to let him start rushing from the edge, blitzing from the edge, blitzing from the linebacker position, blitzing between the tackles. We need to start using Demo in way more creative ways than the Cowboys are using him right now. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe because he's coming off injury, they're ramping him up. But they need to keep Logan Wilson on the field. And to say that you're going to play both of them and you want to see which one of them gets the hot hand. What? That's crazy to me. Who's coming up with this stuff? That's crazy talk to me. What other team is That's crazy talk, guys. That's crazy talk. And I'm not saying it in a derogatory way towards Brian, but I'm just saying it for what it is. That's crazy talk. I think one of the biggest issues is hurting the Cowboys is this rotation piece they're doing. Because if I'm a coach and I start looking at the Cowboys rotation, I'm going to make adjustments according to the rotation they have on the field. I mean, man, this is simple to me. Whoa, hold on a second. They have also Diggy Zua, and they have Kenny Clark out there at the same time. Or they have also Diggy Zua out there, and you fill in the blank. They have also Diggy Zua and Solomon Thomas out there at the same time. I mean, I'm like, hey, hold on a second. Let's run right at them. Hey, Osa don't deal with double teams well. He don't have Quinnen on the field with him. Oh, we're running right at him. Yeah, we're going to run right at him. Oh, hold on a second. We have Murray, and I want them to stop calling him K9. Oh, we got Murray at the linebacker position. Oh, this is easy. Let's match up our running back on Kenneth Murray Jr. I mean, man, teams are exploiting some of these things the Cowboys are doing, whether we realize it or not. Don't think the teams aren't looking at these rotations going, hey, they got this guy on the field, this guy on the field, this guy over here, this guy over there. They're taking advantage of it. We've seen it at the cornerback position. Dan Campbell was not saying Savon Revel Jr. was not good when he went in Savon Revel Jr. You know what he was saying about Savon Revel Jr.? What is it? This is only his third game. This is only his third game. We know he hasn't played a lot of zone. Oh, we can get him. We can get Savon Revel Jr. because he's an aggressive cornerback. He's still got man-to-man instincts. He'll still peek in the backfield. He'll do a lot of those things. They took advantage of him, not because he's bad, but because he's a rookie. Teams look at these things, and the good ones take advantage of it. I don't understand the Kenneth Murray Jr. thing. We'll talk about him a little bit more later. But I'm going to say this about Kenneth Murray Jr. Okoye Media did a very good piece on him. We showed it on the show this week. I think Okoye Media pointed out something that I'll agree with. I don't think Kenneth Murray is as bad as people say he is. And let me put that below. And I don't think he's as good, as maybe the Cowboys think he is. Whoever that person is. Because Brian Schottenheimer seems to be the person who is a Murray Jr. advocate. So I don't think he's as good as Brian says he is. But you want to know what the problem is? Let's talk facts. He may not be as bad as people say he is, but he's bad. And what do I mean by he's bad? Murray doesn't make bad plays all the time. But the bad plays he make, they are atrocious. Murray makes plays and you're just, Murray misses some plays. I mean, you just go, what in the world? This dude shouldn't even be on the field. Now, you're not looking at every play because he is making some good plays on some plays, but he's making a lot of, and even if it's not a lot, it's the plays that he makes. They're so egregiously bad. He makes good plays, but not great plays. And so because he may not be as bad as people say he is, and he's not as good as what the Cowboys think he is, what does that tell you? He's not the Mike linebacker that you need. You don't have that conversation about, you should not be having that conversation about somebody who is playing a position that important for you. How would you like somebody describing you like that? Hey, you know what, man? Hey, he ain't as bad as people say he is. You do know that means you're still bad, don't you? That still means you're bad. Oh, yeah, but he ain't as good as they say he is. You know what that means? Yeah, you're probably mediocre. You don't say that about elite players. You don't say that about great players. You don't even say that a lot of times about good players. But you know who you say those things about? You say those things about people who are underperforming. When they're underperforming, you always got an excuse for why they're underperforming. Brian will even say stuff like, he does a lot of things right that people don't see. Yeah, but the problem is, he does a lot of things wrong that I can see. The Kenneth Murray discussion is crazy to me. But I do think there's an issue with this Kenneth Murray thing, whether we won't accept it or not. I've seen people saying stuff like, well, who's Kenneth Murray's sponsor? I know it's comedy. I know what they're saying. Because they're basically saying, who's vouching for Kenneth Murray Jr.? Why is he on the field? Well, I can tell you why he's on the field. At least I believe a big reason why he's on the field. Because I think it's the old adage of the Dallas Cowboys. We paid him. We're playing him. I think the Cowboys are struggling with having $7.5 million sitting on the bench. I believe that's where we are. His base salary is basically $6 million. His roster bonus is $1 million. His cap hit is $7.4 million. His total contract is $15.5 million. I don't think, I wonder how much of that contract is guaranteed. But it just seems to me, guys, y'all tell me what y'all think. But this seems to be one of these situations of, we paid him, we're playing him. We paid him, we're playing him. Yeah, we know. It's like the Cowboys are basically saying, yeah, we kind of know. We kind of know that he's not this or that. And it makes perfect sense. When you look at his contract, it makes perfect sense. Potential out, 2025. The Cowboys save, what is this? 1 year, $7.9 million, and then they take a $1 million cap hit, something to that effect. That tells you everything you need to know. This seems to be, you paid him, you're playing him. That's what this seems to be to me. You paid him, you're playing him. You paid him, you're playing him. And I just think it's a bad way. I think it's a bad way to live. I really do. I don't know who his agent is, but boy, he worked out a crazy deal. He worked out a crazy deal because while some of us were hooping and hollering over Kenneth Murray Jr., there were quite a few people that were wondering, why did the Cowboys go and get Kenneth Murray Jr.? And as a matter of fact, I'll take a little intermission. I'm sorry on Brian Schottenheimer just for a moment. I've been doing research all day long on Kenneth Murray Jr., just trying to find things on him and, and stuff that people were saying before the Cowboys went and got Kenneth Murray Jr. And I found something very interesting. Let me see here. I might have forgot to save it. Forgive me if I did. Okay, so let me show you just what people were saying about Kenneth Murray Jr. even back in 2023. Because a lot of people were saying he was bad even, they were saying he was bad with the Chargers. The Titans kept him 1 year. They were done with him. And so when you look at some of the stuff over here, I was looking at this, and it said here, it says, Chargers linebacker Kenneth Murray in 60 snaps against the Dolphins. 5 targets, 4 receptions, 57 yards, 0 pressures, 2 tackles, 1 run stop. It says his 29.4 Pro Football Focus grade was the lowest on the team, second lowest linebacker in the NFL, 5th lowest defender in the NFL. And so there has always been talk about, there has always been talk about Kenneth Murray. There's always been talk about that Kenneth Murray wasn't good. And the Cowboys went and got him. I mean, look at some of these comments over here, man. Look at some of these comments over here, man. Look at this. Look at this, what Rich says. Rich says, I'm surprised that there's 4 more players who played worse than Murray. Look at this. I called him. But he says those low moments turn me into a monster. Murray is fresh off the first full and healthy offseason of his career. Is this year it clicks? Why Chargers feel Kenneth Murray is posed to break out? And then look at what somebody said at the bottom. I'll believe it when I see it. Man. I mean, come on, man. People have been saying things about Kenneth Murray, man. I mean, it's not talking bad about Murray, but it's just you have to face the facts about Murray. I think he's out of position. I don't think he's a natural Mike linebacker. I don't think he processes information the right way. And you think about some of the communication stuff. I mean, he's been right in the middle of that stuff. Cowboys are not being truthful about Kenneth Murray Jr. And I still think a part of this Kenneth Murray Jr. thing, it is so simple to me. We paid him, we're playing him, and we're going to justify playing him. And Brian, even when Matt Eberflus was doing a terrible job of coaching, this is what Brian does, and he does a good job of this. Brian defends his own. He defends his own. And he defends, I believe, even when the front office. But you know what? I got to wonder if the front office is, I wonder if this is, on the other hand, if this is we played him issue. Because it seems also that Matt Eberflus may like him, may actually like him as a linebacker, and maybe Shoddy does too. And the reason why I'm saying that is, wait till you hear what Jerry said about him.
Who's down? What's that process like? And it seems like early in the season it was basically, hey, this guy's hurt and can't go. Now, obviously, Guyton's situation, but it seems kind of cut and dry with some of it.
Yeah, we start the process on Monday night. I think you have to start on Monday night because as you game plan, Todd, you go through, okay, well, if this guy might not play, we got to be smart. Hey, we don't have him in too many packages, or there's strengths and weaknesses of all the players. And so it starts on Monday night. We work our way through Tuesday. Then Wednesday, we get them out there. We see, okay, talking to the training staff, who's got the best probability of playing and who are you most concerned about. That adjusts some things for us as we continue the prep. And then usually around today and into tomorrow, we kind of finalize what it's going to look like. And we certainly have to have some of the elevations and things turned into the league on Saturday when you play on Sunday. But and then, when the guys get there to the stadium, that's when we inform them of the fact that whether they're up or they're down. And again, I think you tell them why. I think you always got to explain why. And that's what we do.
And then with Ferguson's situation, do you have to think about maybe adding a tight end? And then what are your thoughts on Schoonmaker and Spanford and what they've been able to do for you?
Yeah, again, we'll have someone ready to go if Fergie can't answer the bell. I think Fergie will answer the bell, number one. But again, Princeton, or Bull, as I refer to him, has been here a long time. Love the physicality that he plays with. But that tight end room that we've built, Todd, is really, I think, an incredible room in terms of the talent. But the physicality that Brevin Spanford plays with is different. It is unique. This guy plays with violence. This guy finishes. This guy is a lot like Fergie in terms of the enforcer. And then Scooney is just getting more and more comfortable and confident in our system and our scheme. And Again, we're pretty good at receiver, but we.
Tight end is a position that I wish the Cowboys could get better at. When I think of great tight ends of the Cowboys past, we don't have that kind of tight end right now. Jake Ferguson, I really thought that one season Jake Ferguson had, and Travis Kelce said that he is one of these up and coming tight ends and he's going to be the next big tight end. Man, Ferguson has been anything but that. He has been anything but that. And when you think about Ferguson, man, his lack of yards after the catch, all the fumbles that he's had now over the last two seasons. Jake Ferguson has become, in some respects, I mean, I hate to say it, but Jake Ferguson has been borderline a liability for the Cowboys in some respects. Ferg is definitely not playing up to that contract. He is definitely not playing up to that contract. And he was one of the players last week. Man, he cost the Cowboys big. He had a dumb fumble. He caught a 5-yard pass on a 3rd and 26, struggling and fighting with Detroit Lions all around him, fumbled the ball. He came right back and had a hands to the face. George Pickens they'd have got the ball on the 1 because of a pass interference in the end zone. Jake Ferguson, hands to the face. Man, Ferg, man, with the deal that he has, man, Ferg has been a liability, man. And I'm struggling, man. I'm struggling with Ferg. I've been had Ferg in what needs to improve over the last few games, and Ferg just hasn't been it, man. I don't know what's going on with Ferguson. Jake Ferguson, over the last 2 seasons, Jake Ferguson has had 7 total fumbles? What? That is crazy. He lost only 2 in 2024. And I mean, when you think about it, he only had 2 in his first few seasons, and now he's had 7 over the last 2 seasons. This is crazy work. Man, I'm just telling you, this is a 2026 discussion for me with Ferg. Ferg needs to get it together. I think he needs to get it together. Brian is doing what Brian does, and I credit Brian for this because he's not supposed to be up here destroying Jake Ferguson, but we can actually have these conversations. Jake Ferguson hasn't been that good, Cowboys fans. Jake Ferguson has not been that good. I mean, when you think about these great tight ends of the Cowboys past, man, I mean, one of our most recent ones, of course, was Jason Witten. And we just know how Jason Witten just had a way of getting open. I mean, we've had some great tight ends here. Doug Cosby. I mean, anytime, man, I'm telling you, I want you to think about the formula of the Cowboys Super Bowl runs. I want y'all to think about the formula that we normally have. Offensively, we normally have elite quarterback play. Dak Prescott has hit that point. Dak's already been there. But it's really been showing this year that Dak Prescott has not been the problem for the Cowboys. Dak Prescott, elite quarterback play. Okay, check. The last 2 Super Bowl runs, Roger and Troy. Drew Pearson, Tony Hill. Michael Irvin, Alvin Harper. Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens. But when you look at the tight end play. Where is Doug Cosby? Where is the Billy Joe Duprees? Where are the elite tight end? Where is the elite tight end play? Where is it? We really need elite tight end play to make the run that I know we can make. Man, Ferg got to step it up this year. Ferg got to step it up. And I just wonder if, the Cowboys, like I said, when they pay you, they're going to play you. They're going to play you when they pay you. But I think Ferg, man, hey, they paid you, bro, but you really need to step it up. Ferg, man, Ferg just has not been good over the last few games. He just hasn't. I mean, it is what it is. Ferguson has not been good over the last few games. And I just wonder, I mean, come on, man. He said Schoolmaker is getting better. Man, if I'm not mistaken, was it this game or the game before? CeeDee Lamb catches a pass. Schoonmaker is right there. CeeDee Lamb tells Schoonmaker to make a block, and this joker keeps on jogging unless CeeDee Lamb gets tackled. Nah, Schoonmaker ain't playing better, man. I don't know what our infatuation was with Michigan, but it was terrible. Schoonmaker, that second-round pick, they let Mozzie go before Schoonmaker. No, Schoonmaker should have been gone before Mozzie. I like Brevin Spann-Ford. I think he needs to get more. I think they need to see if he can really be one of those guys in the passing game. Size, physicality, I'd like to see him play more.
We also have some tight ends that we like, which is why we're more of an 11 and 12 personnel team.
John Michaud at The Athletic, going back on Spann-Ford, how do you think he's progressed as a pass catcher?
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing that he's moved up in, John. I mean, we've always seen his length and his power that he can generate from his lower body. His lower body is incredibly powerful. But, the work that he's done in terms of improving as a pass catcher, the catch he made last week on the over route, the deck threw high and kind of took the hit. Like, I don't know if he makes that play, a year or so ago, but he works incredibly hard at it. I think that room, led by Lunda Wells is, they work the fundamentals. And if you watch an individual, which you guys are far away, it's hard to see, but just watch the tight end individual, man. Like, he knows how to set up the drills. It's very specific to what he's trying to get those guys, and I think that's why you see those guys getting better.
And then in 2018, the Cowboys had a docuseries following them around, and one of the biggest storylines was.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Cowboys tight ends of the past. Again, I want to see if these guys can get somewhere in that level. You think about, Doug Cosby. You think about Jay Novacek. Oh, my gosh. Jay Novacek was a monster. A monster tight end. Again, Cowboys, Billy Joe Dupree. Some of y'all are way too young to know who Billy Joe Dupree was. Of course, we got Jackie Smith, who unfortunately dropped that iconic touchdown against the Pittsburgh Steelers. But man, Ferg, boy, I'm sorry, Ferg has not lived up to what Ferg is supposed to be. Ferg has been somewhat of a disappointment, man. He's got to really step it up. I would definitely love to see more of Brevin Spann-Ford. He's a very physical tight end. I would love to see if he could be. He's great in the run game. I would definitely like to see if he could play more in the passing game. I would love to see Brevin Spann-Ford in that role.
That people were surprised at how much Jason Garrett used the F word behind the scenes, and obviously in this current Hard Knocks, there's a lot of people using the F-bomb. You obviously have as well.
I hope they weren't surprised, because I use the F-bomb a lot. If you're ever at practice, you probably know I use the F-bomb quite a bit. But
anybody from like family or friends or anybody that reached out and go, man, I didn't know you talk like that all the time?
No, not really. But maybe it's because that's, and I hate it. I mean, I'm a good Christian man, but my tongue is the area I gotta work on. No, I think it's. I guess I got it from my dad. I'm gonna throw it on him. I'm gonna say, he. So actually, true story. One of his players, I won't say who, came to him one day and said, "Coach, why do you have to use those words? You're an English major. You should." And he kind of said, "I am who I am." So.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of that kind of talk. To each his own. I don't like it. I think you can talk And again, I noticed what he said. And I'm not gonna get on no preaching soapbox tonight, but you know, man, you can't be out here you can call yourself a Christian all you want to, but a Christian is not just in name. A Christian is in deed. It's what you do. And all that you do in word or deed, do all in the name of the Lord. Man, you don't have to do it. Hey, you know what? I guess people say this is football talk, to each his own. But that kind of talk. Tony Dungy is a prime example. Man, you can get men to do things. You can emphasize what you say without having to use that type of language. But I know we live in this different society and everybody thinks everything is okay. It is what it is. But I don't know. I just can't champion something like that, because CJ Stroud has changed the way that he's talking, because even CJ Stroud said, I can't call myself a Christian and then be out here, using foul language all over the place. I don't, to each his own. I don't really think it's funny. I just think grown men ought to be able to communicate without cursing. Just because you're cursing don't make what you're saying any more emphatic. It really don't. It really doesn't. And people think it's so cool because people accept it. Well, God doesn't accept it no matter what you say. And to be working on something doesn't mean you don't keep doing what you're working on. You stop doing what you're working on. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's too repentant to me. But hey, that's a whole nother discussion.
Another thing I wondered about that is, have you been around any coaches who can get their message across being completely clean and
Oh,
not?
sure.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is a great story too.
See, but I love how they're challenging him on this, because people think that this kind of talk is so tough. They think when you curse, that means that you're tougher. I see, man, boy, let me just be careful what I'm saying. But I see so many people, they're so quick to say, always try to give all this talk about mental health, for example, mental health and all these things, and be the first one cursing somebody out. Be the first one using foul language and saying and spewing bad words towards people. Using bad words when they talk, like that makes them so cool. And man, I love what John Michaud is asking, because I think it's a great point. Bro, you can get your point across to grown men without cursing. I don't understand, what does that add to what you're saying? But hey, you know what? To each his own. You do what you want to do. You do what you want to do. But I'm just telling you, though, that type of language is not a fruit of the Spirit, and it's not becoming of a Christian. That's becoming of what the world calls a Christian, but it's not becoming of what God calls a Christian. Like I said, I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan of that kind of talk. I'm not a fan of it. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, especially when you're talking to grown men, because the only thing you do is that when other people see you doing that, they think that's what they're supposed to do. Now, thankfully, there are some young men who got stronger mindsets than that, and they can kind of get around that. They can say, okay, that's what they do, and I'm just not going to do it. Then you get other people that are very impressionable. I love the fact they're challenging him on it. Doesn't mean he's going to change it, but I like what John Michaud is saying. Bro, you can get your point across without cursing, don't you? You can get your point across. And let's not say this is a part of football. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. I don't like when they do it. I don't like when they do it, because you get some people, boy, they take it so extremely far. I'm just telling you who I am. I've had some conversations with some coaches about this stuff in some of these high school games. A conversation with some coaches. You really think that's a way you should be talking to players out here in front of these crowds? And who talks to players like this? And man, it is what it is. But I like the fact that he's being challenged on this. I don't think it's cool, but it is what it is.
Storytelling mood. So get to Tad's looking at his watch. I'll make it quick, Tad. I'll do 5 minutes after. But no, so Coach Spur, I went to go play for him, and so I didn't answer a question in one of the meetings my first couple weeks there, and he asked me a question, Shotty, what about this? And I just said, yeah. And he was like, Shotty, we say yes, sir, right now. I'm like, okay. So then I threw a bad pass, shocker, in practice. I said, shit. And he goes, Shotty, my man, we don't talk about it. We don't talk like that. I'm like, oh, sorry, man. So then we go to the first game, and Werfel misses a pass, and Spurrier just unloads, you mother. I'm like, Coach, I thought. And I was like, I didn't say it, but I thought it. I was like, no, we didn't talk about that. So it's part of the competitive.
Well, see, that's a person that don't practice what they preach. That's what we call a hypocrite. Listen to what he says next.
Nature of what we do.
See, I disagree with this. That is not a part of competitive nature. Cursing is not a part of competitive nature. I'm one, man, if I'm doing something and I'm going against you, I'm one of the most competitive people. I'm a very competitive person. But what I'm not going to do when I'm competing, I don't have to curse. That's not a part of competition. I don't buy that story. Yeah, you know what? To each his own. I'm not going to preach tonight. I'm just telling you the facts. We can say that's a part of it, but it's not. We choose to say those things, but it's not, because Tony Dungy was able to, against all odds, win a Super Bowl and not do any of those things. And I still say he gets some of the credit for that Super Bowl that John Gruden got. Tony Dungy helped build that team. I'm not buying that kind of talk. But I get it. I get it, but I don't think that's a part of the competitive nature. I don't.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. You mentioned Overshown without limitations. Is this the first game where he doesn't have any limitations, or it's just happened over the course?
Yeah, because of the 4-17, Nick, it was hard for us. We wanted to be smart with him. So this will be the first game that he doesn't have any limitations, and he's ready for it. It's part of, again, the acclimation ramp-up period. Now we feel like he's ready to go and play a full game.
Dak had mentioned yesterday how he.
Now, as it applies to DeMario and Overshown, this is kind of what I mentioned earlier. So if you're telling me he had a ramp-up period, okay, I'm cool. So now I want to see, can Matt Eberflus use DeMario and Overshown in more creative ways? Can you use his speed? Can you use him as a pass rusher? Can you use him in blitz packages? Can you use somebody with that kind of speed and athleticism? Can you use him to your advantage? Because I still say, I say this on the offensive side of the ball, but I also say this on the defensive side of the ball. We don't have, and even where we do have speed, we don't utilize it. We don't utilize the speed that we have. We don't utilize the speed of Kevontae Turpin. We're trying to throw Jaden Blue in the trash. We don't utilize the speed of DeMario and Overshown on defense. I mean, he is probably, if not the fastest, he has to be the quickest. He has to be the quickest defender that we have. Well, let's use him in some blitz packages. I would really like to, okay, we're past the ramp-up period. Can we use him more like Mike Zimmer used him when he got full speed? Let's see what happens with DeMario and Overshown.
I felt like yesterday's practice was one of the best of the year. What made it that way?
The way the guys worked, the effort, the energy, pretty crisp. I think that, just the execution was good. It was a third down day, which I think is going to be important in this game. They're obviously very good on third down defense, and we need to get off the field ourselves as a defense to, keep the time of possession in our favor.
And in the Hard Knocks episode, they had highlighted the turf time y'all had in the Detroit hotel before rolling in. How often are you guys doing that now? And when did it go from Nash time to turf time?
Actually, it went to there was a game that Terp didn't make. I can't remember where it was, maybe Carolina. So I called him on the phone and had him on speaker for the guys so they could, so he could tell them what time it was. So in true Terp fashion, yeah, Terp time. So he yelled that out to the guys, and that's when we renamed it. But we do it every night before the game, or this week it'll be day of the game because it's our last team meeting. And what it's for is to show appreciation, man. How blessed we are to do this. Like I referenced earlier, you're not doing this as an individual sport, man. It's a team sport, and we're going to win and lose based on how we do as 53 plus.
Got it.
Tommy Arch, Dallas Cowboys. Maybe a little out of left field, so forgive me, but we talk a lot about developing players and things like that. For you as a head coach now, how much either attention or time do you try to devote to developing guys on your coaching staff, guys who maybe are new to the league or haven't been around as long? And what's your philosophy on developing coaches?
Well, number one, it's a great question. Number two, I would say that's an area that I focus on more, Tommy, during the off season. I'm aware of it. I give guys feedback constantly. That's why I kind of run around to different individual drills to see what guys are doing so I can give them feedback on, hey, I think you need to maybe do this, or hey, one thing I would do to save time would be to do this. I'm I'm a huge proponent of it. I think I'm the type of guy that I've been the assistant and I've been the guy that had the big dreams of being a head coach. So anytime I can give, like I referenced Lunda Wells, just a little bit ago, and what a great job he's doing for us developing those rooms. I think that's our job as coaches, is to sing the praises when guys do well. And then when we're struggling, then I'm going to eat it and say it was my fault. And I think that's all part of the process. And I think that's how you get guys to believe in you and be loyal to you. But very, very good coaching staff. And I'm always trying to give them feedback as we go, but it's a little bit harder during the season than it is during the offseason.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Clayton Adams was talking about some of the unscouted looks that Brian Flores will kind of throw at you in terms of you might expect him to do this game plan, and next thing you know, it's an entirely different game plan. How much of playing against Brian Flores is weathering the storm and kind of feeling him out early on?
Yeah, again, I think, Brian does a great job of changing up. He's very game plan specific. He'll have some wrinkles for us that we haven't seen. You use the term, it's an old term, say, hey, guys, bring your playbook to the stadium. Basically, what do I mean by that? They don't bring we don't have physical playbooks anymore. It's all iPads. But, bring your rules, and you got to have rules. And so, okay, if this looks like this front or if it looks like that, we got to block it that way because he's going to have things that you did not see on film. And I think that's why he likes the veteran players, because they can handle that. Sometimes young players can't handle that. And so it's going to be one of those games where we have to do a great job of trusting our rules, but also communicating, which is why I think playing this game at home is an advantage for us.
About championship opportunities, how do you go about this week just hammering home the fact that they got to focus on this game instead of the 4 games that they might have to win with their backs against the wall?
Yeah, all you can do is keep talking about it, right? And keep, we're trying to throw a perfect practice. That's the goal every time. Week 1, week 10, week whatever. We tried to throw a perfect practice yesterday. We didn't. It was really good, but it wasn't perfect. So let's go out there and see if we can throw it today. Probably won't, but let's try. And so I think the messaging, when it starts in April, you stay consistent to it. You don't say, oh, man, we're 4 games away, and what if this – I'm not going to change. We're not going to change. We're going to talk the same way in April as we do in December, January, and beyond.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports.
Man, let me tell you something. I'm going to give Brian Flores some flowers. You've heard me talk, if you heard me when I kind of first started this channel, we was talking about Brian Flores maybe being the coach for the Dallas Cowboys. I think we were either talking about him being the head coach or maybe his name was coming out there for the defense coordinator, something to that effect. But Brian Flores, what he did with Tua Tagovailoa, I hope he's learned from it. I think he was saying some things to Brian Flores that old school coaches would say and not think twice about it. But you can't say some of those things today. We're in a whole different, man, it's just a whole different era, and that kind of stuff doesn't fly. And it was some harsh stuff he said about him and said to him. But, Brian Flores is an awesome coach. When it comes to X's and O's, Brian Flores knows X's and O's. Do y'all want to know why the Miami Dolphins are falling apart? Brian Flores is the reason why that team took off. Brian Flores basically rebuilt that team he just built them from the ashes and really turned the Miami Dolphins into a very, very good team, especially defensively. They were physical, they were mean, and they were on the verge. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he was the one who started getting them the winning records. They were not winning before he got there. I want you to think about this. Brian Flores took the Miami Dolphins. They were 5-11 in 2019. He took them from 5-11 to 10-6 and then to 9-8. 2 winning seasons in a row. Most coaches don't get fired for 2 winning seasons in a row. But there was some issues, again, when you start thinking about some of the things with Tua Tagovailoa. I think that was one of the reasons, and maybe, who knows, one of the excuses. He has a lawsuit against the NFL. Still haven't heard anything about the lawsuit that he filed against the NFL, but he's still coaching in this league. And Brian Flores, I'm telling you, if Brian Flores has changed some of the ways he dealt with Tua Tagovailoa, Brian Flores deserves another shot in this league as a head coach. This dude is an awesome coach as it applies to the X's and O's. The part he needs to fix is the people part. I haven't heard anything about him over the last few years. Seems like he's kind of repented and he's changed. So I'm going to go with that. But I can tell you this. Brian Schottenheimer with these slow starts, Brian Schottenheimer better have a plan. Because I'm telling you, I said the same thing about Dan Quinn. I'm going to say the same thing about Brian Flores. Brian Flores is going to throw the kitchen sink at the Dallas Cowboys. Brian Flores has been looking at the Dallas Cowboys play calling, and I'm telling you, Brian is better have a great game plan for Brian Flores. If y'all thought the Arizona Cardinals were all over Dak Prescott, the Minnesota Vikings are going to live in the backfield of the Dallas Cowboys. They are going to live in the backfield of the Dallas Cowboys. And I don't think it'll be up the middle pressure. I think it'll be edge pressure. I mean, if I'm looking at the Dallas Cowboys, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm like, man, their defensive tackles, man, they are poo-poo. Their defensive tackles are not good enough. I am going to attack them from the edges. Excuse me calling them poo-poo, but I'm telling us, our edges are not good. Our tackles are not good offensively. They're going to run all around. They're going to try to come right at us from Terrence Steele and Nate Thomas. We better get ready. And when you play a game like that, when you talk about the deep routes or the deep throws, those types of throws take time to develop. And this is one of the places that people have been able to kind of hold the Cowboys back some. Because they force the Cowboys to get the ball out quick. Well, when you get the ball out quick, they're going to keep everything in front of them. So you're very limited in what you can do when you have to get the ball out of your hand quick. I mean, what are you relegated to? Shallow crosses, comeback routes, slants, digs. I mean, what are you really? You're relegated to a very limited palette of plays. And so basically, if you can't get your run game going, your passing game stalls. So when you run up against teams who say, hey, we're going to rush 4, drop 7, because Brian could very well surprise us. He may start out like that. He may do some linebacker blitzes, some safety blitzes, some corner blitzes, or whatever the case may be. So the question becomes, how will we challenge this? Brian Schottenheimer's going to have his hands full. I'm telling us he's going to have his hands full. Brian Flores is a great defensive coordinator. I think he's a great coach. He's going to have his hands full. I want to see what Brian does.
Just to clarify, will CeeDee Lamb for sure be out there on Sunday?
Yes.
And how has your, I guess, view or perspective on concussions just in general evolved over time? The league's evolved with the protocol and things like that.
Man, who is this asking these questions? Man, this dude, John Machota. I think this is John Machota asking these questions. Boy, John Machota, boy, he be asking them character questions, don't he? John Machota be asking them character questions. Because I've been seeing some things online, and there are some people that seem to be very perturbed that CeeDee Lamb is coming back so quick. Because some people believe that he should have stayed out an extra game because of kind of how we saw him down there on the field. And some people even saying that the league don't treat other teams like this, which I don't think that's true. But they're saying that he shouldn't have been allowed to come back on the field so quick.
You've been in the game a long time.
Yeah, I think it's important. I mean, it's part of the game. Player safety, it should be at the utmost concern of the league, and I think it's something that's right. We are all a little biased, about, oh no, he's fine, but so I understand the process. But at the end of the day, you want what's best for your players. And like I said, the CD thing was scary, and luckily for us, he's a fast healer. But I think the process is right, and I have no problem with what the league's trying to do. And if you believe that player safety is of the utmost importance, then they should do what they're doing.
Good.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Again, I applaud Shotty because I think he's a great coach. I do think Shotty is a great coach. But I'm going to read some comments so I can catch up. Larry Golden says, let me read what Larry Golden says, and then I'm going to tell you what Chanel says, and then I'm going to just kind of go through some of these so I can catch us up. So Larry Golden says something. He says, you are 100% correct in everything you're saying. Everybody knows they're going to start out running Williams. Absolute facts. And again, it becomes a very simple thing to stop. Okay? Crash the tackles. Crash between the tackles on the Cowboys. We have absolutely no outside threat running the ball. Crash the tackles. Take away the middle. If you take away the middle, Brian can't run no more. So then we're relegated to Dak Prescott. Then you start your pass rush. You make Dak Prescott get the ball out of his hands quick. You put everything deep. You keep everything in front of you. And then you make the Cowboys rely more on the talent of the wide receivers than you do on the game plan. You make them rely more on the talent of the quarterback than you do the game plan. It's simple. It's simple. I'm sorry, it is. It's simple. But the Cowboys are too talented to allow teams to do this. I know people talk about, Marty, but I don't want to hear nothing about no Marty Ball. I watched Marty. I watched Brian. I watched Marty Schottenheimer. I watched his father coach. I also watched his father have just heartbreaking loss after heartbreaking loss in the playoffs. And with some of the greatest run games you ever seen in your life, this man was never able to crack a Super Bowl. And that's not talking bad about Marty Schottenheimer. I'm stating the facts. He never won a Super Bowl. He never cracked a Super Bowl. Man, this is a different league. These defensive coordinators these days, man, they are so good. They make great adjustments. They know how to take things away from you. If I can figure out how to beat the Cowboys, what do you think Brian Flores can do? Man, I said this before, I'm going to say it again. Of all the promises I heard Brian make, he's fulfilled a lot of them. And where I really believe he's fulfilled his promise, he said he wanted to build the greatest culture in professional sports. Oh, I think he's on his way. I think he's fulfilled that promise or is fulfilling that promise. I see what he's doing. But the other part, though, that I think where he's falling short is in the multiplicity. The multiple ways that he said that his offense was going to be able to attack. Well, his offense, in actuality, it can't attack in the multiple ways, at least this year for whatever reason. It's not attacking in ways that I thought it was going to be able to attack. I don't really think the passing game is all that dominant. I think his pass game is more dominant because of Dak Prescott rather than what he's calling. I think it's more dominant because of Dak Prescott. I think it's more dominant because we're watching George Pickens take slant plays and make a move and then take them an additional 30 and 40 yards. I mean, we got to realize some of these yards are run after the catch. CeeDee Lamb, run after the catch monster. I mean, they are making people miss. They are getting big plays off of athletic ability, off of talent. But we rarely see where there's just great plays and we're going, like when we watch people play us, we're like, players are running wide open. We watch other games. We're like, wow, they schemed this guy wide open. He's running by himself. There's a reason why Dak Prescott has the most tight window throws. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? That's all I'm saying. Larry also says, let me finish reading the statement. He says, everybody knows what's going to be next. It's easy to plan. Stevie Wonder can see what's going on. I agree. Chanel, Shotty's offensive scheme shows no measure of ingenuity or difference. Again, he has a scheme, and this is one of, if anybody ever watched the West Coast offenses, one of the characteristics of these West Coast offenses, people get lulled to sleep on that scheme. Bill Walsh, I believe, is the designer of that whole West Coast offense thing. People get lulled to sleep by the success of it. But what they don't pay attention to, the West Coast offense is similar to the bend don't break defense. The bend don't break defense, it's not predicated on the scheme. It's predicated upon the talent in the scheme. It's predicated upon the talent in the scheme. It's predicated upon having elite to great pass rushers, elite to great tackles, elite to great linebacker play, elite to great cornerback play, safety play. It's predicated upon read and react. Well, that's what great to elite players do well. They read, they react. You give them an assignment, they do that assignment, and then they get to react to everything else. It's predicated upon the players. West Coast offense. When you look at the players that Bill Walsh was running in the West Coast offense, Jerry Rice, Ricky Waters, Stallworth, man, Roger Craig's. I mean, when you look at some of the players that when you look at these successful West Coast offenses, when you look at some of the players in those offenses, man, people better stop sleeping. Those offenses are predicated upon short throws and wide receivers taking those short throws 40 and 50 yards to the crib. Running backs taking those short throws, taking them 30 and 40 and 50 yards to the crib. Those types of offenses are predicated upon the talent level that is on the team. And that's why I say the scheme is more predicated upon how good the players are. Got to get a little bit better. Let me read what Chanel said. Let me see. I don't think I finished reading. Okay. Yeah. He said, I still believe Shotty should be the coach. I do too. He said we need to get an actual real play caller. See, I think Brian would be even better. I think he would be even better with a play caller. Because his strength, contrary to what Jerry thinks his strength is, because Jerry says he wouldn't be the coach unless he was the play caller. I don't think his strength has been play calling. I think his strength is the culture that he's built. That's his strength. His strength is the culture. His strength is the communication. His strength is the way he can handle things. The way he can handle the ups, the downs, the extremes. He's great at all of this. He is a great coach. I think he would benefit from a great play caller. I'm not sure that Clayton Adams is that great play caller. I think he would benefit from a great play caller. And him just watching situations, him just giving suggestions on, hey, this is the situation. What play do we have for this? I think he would be Man, I'm telling, I think he would be Jimmy Johnson 2.0 then. I think he would be Jimmy Johnson 2.0. But Jerry is not going to let him do that, I don't believe. Because Jerry's already said the reason why he is the coach is because he got to call the plays. Lock and D, he says, we got a good play caller that established the run. He should be the play caller and just let Shotty coach the team. Talking about Clayton Adams. I would like to see, hadn't seen Clayton Adams. I wouldn't mind seeing him. Definitely in the preseason. Yep. Larry Golden said, you're correct. He said, why does he always come out and run first? Because he wants to play what they call Marty Ball. Oh, it's established to run and blah, blah, blah. Man, Marty Ball never got them a Super Bowl. It never got them a Super Bowl, whether I know there were circumstances why they didn't do these things, but nevertheless, overall, it never did. Larry Golden said, Dak's an incredible quarterback. He's one of the best under pressure I've ever seen. People can criticize it, but put yourself in his shoes and see if you could do better. Larry Golden. This is why I would not be surprised if Brian Flores came out, let's run zone, and we'll send a blitzer here and there, because Dak Prescott is one of the best quarterbacks ever against the blitz. He's great. Chanel said Kyle Shanahan's a master of play action, zone runs, and evolving his system to fit personnel. I got to give it to you. He is noted for architecting unique offensive schemes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I got to give it to you. He really is. He absolutely is, bro. Elbert said Dak is average. Nah, Dak isn't average, man. Dak isn't average. Dak is not an average quarterback. Other quarterbacks will tell you he's not an average quarterback, man. Dak Prescott is an incredible quarterback. There is no doubt about it. We wouldn't even be 6-1 without Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has been incredible. Mills, 40 in his crib. What's up? Welcome to the congregation. Mills said a 50-point game against Minnesota. We're going to blow them out. I think we should. He said, blow them out. Let's not play around. He said, come on, Dak, get it together. And defense, don't let J.J. McCarthy look like Tom Brady. Yeah. Brady said Dak is easily top 3 of the entire NFL. Oh, yeah, no doubt. As far as quarterbacks goes this year, only quarterback out playing Dak is Stafford of the Rams, because not even Mahomes is playing better than Dak. Yeah, Dak is killing it. Dak Prescott should get the MVP. But I don't think he wants that. I think he wants to get that Super Bowl. I don't think the MVP is a big deal to him. I don't think it's a big deal to him. KH, he said, Chanel, he said you're a better preacher than G. Hey man, Chanel be on it with them stats, bro. That's why I call him a statistician. I love when he's in here. Chanel said, can someone tell me why our offensive line is not moved up by metrics, but Ben Johnson in one season has changed that offensive line rating? Yeah, man, Ben is pretty good. He really is. Yeah, Elbert, again. Yeah, we lack speed. And a lot of what we're doing is based upon what these players are doing. CD, Pickens, Dak, they've been incredible. Now, what the Cowboys have done in the run game, I give Clayton Adams and I forgot the other defensive line coach name. They've done a great job. They've done a great job with some of the things they've done with the run game. But the problem is, man, they come out so flat. They come out so flat, man. They really do. They got to come out, man. Dak is what's moving this offense. Let him come out and move it. Let him come out and move it, man. How about you come out and just say, hey, man, we're going to hurry up offense. First 2 drives. We got to get this thing going. Let's get this team ready and revved up and ready to go. Got to do it, man. We don't do it enough. All right, let me come down a little bit more here. Appreciate all the comments. Then we're going to get into the second part. I want to hear some stuff from Matt Eberflus. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to some Ferg talk. Let's see. Connor's cool, man. Welcome to the congregation. He said Fergie the fumbler. Man, Ferg has not been. Warren Duncan, he said Ferg has reached his peak. Man, I don't want to say it, but man, oof. Yeah. David, Spanford needs more time. Man, yes. Yes. I didn't. Hey, Connor, since you brought it up, Connor, I'm going to address it. DJ Cole said Dalton Schultz misses Dallas and Dallas misses Dalton. Man, if Dalton Schultz hadn't got the big head, Dalton Schultz, I believe, could have been one of them tight ends. Got the big head. Connor said we need Kyle Pitts. I didn't want to bring it up, Connor, because comparison is the robber of joy. But I just understand the example. Bro, when you think about dynamic tight ends, I wish the Cowboys could get one of those types. I wish the Cowboys could get one of those type of tight ends, man. Oh, man. Whew. Boy. That dude is dynamic, man. Whew. Yeah, man. Jay Novacek, 5 times Pro Bowler. Guys, I'm telling you, unless the Cowboys buck the trend. But when you look at how the Cowboys had these Super Bowl runs, the formula is the same. 2 elite to great wide receivers. I would dare say I'm not taking any wide receiver over Michael Irvin. But what I am saying is I think CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are better than Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper. Not because of Michael Irvin, but because of Alvin Harper. Alvin Harper had speed and he could go up and get it. Man, but I think George got a few more skills. I think George has a few more skills in that toolbox. And when I look at where George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb both are at their talent level, this is a Super Bowl caliber wide receiver group. But I'm struggling with the tight end. When you look at the Cowboys with Roger, they had also Tony Dorsett. When you look at the Cowboys with Troy Aikman, they had Emmitt Smith. They had staple running backs. Javonte Williams is having a great year. But I've said this the last 2 games. I'm wondering, because of that injury and him coming back, man, I'm kind of wondering if he's kind of slowing down. Because the last 2 games, he just hasn't been as... This is why I think the Cowboys, they need to start using Malik Hooker more. They really need to start using Malik Hooker more and see what he is. I forgot the other running back the Cowboys went and picked up. I forgot the guy's name. I have to look back. It was some name like a Benadab or something. I heard he was... I'm not sold on him because he's kind of moved around. But I would love to see what he looks like. I would love to, anybody who can help them, because I think the Cowboys have kind of worn Javonte Williams down. I think they worn him down some. I really do. Yeah, Chanel, why are they asking Shotty those type of questions? Yep. I know, Chanel, but I know why they're asking it. I know why they're asking it. They're asking it because I think sometimes people think it makes them come off tough. They think if they curse, it makes them come off tough. And I think some people are saying to Shotty that maybe that doesn't fit who you are. I think they may just be saying it don't fit who you are. Yeah, Queen said, let the chat say amen. I just don't think it, I just think it doesn't. I think they're saying it don't fit who he is. Larry Golden, I appreciate you. He said, gee, you have a great command of the English language. He said you speak real well, and I do think that you're the best out there when it comes to the Cowboys. I'm not saying it, I mean it. Appreciate you, Larry. To God be the glory, as I always say. To God be the glory. Yeah, I think some people think the cursing makes them tough, or it makes them seem tough, but I just don't think it does. I don't think it does, but to each his own. To each his own. Yeah, you know, WCB called, I'm going to say Jimmy was the second best Cowboys coach ever, because I truly believe that Tom Landry is not only the best Cowboys coach ever, Tom Landry is one of the best coaches in NFL history, bar none. Man, Tom Landry, he got to be top 5. And when I'm talking about top 5, bro, it's not just about him winning Super Bowls. Tom Landry created entire defenses that people are still running today. He created entire defenses and plays. Just does. Just does. This is bottom line. Rich Lloyd is in the house. What up, Rich Lloyd? Rich Lloyd said, we have to hope the Flukes can manufacture pressure. J.J. McCarthy is one of the worst quarterbacks under pressure. Rich Lloyd. Demarion Overshown. Let's see here. Skywalker Steele, let's see. Skywalker Steele posted a great post. He posted something about Demarion Overshown. I want to go back to a couple of things. I want to show you what he said about Demarion Overshown. Yeah, I want to show you what he said about Demarion Overshown. If I can find it again. And then I want to show you what Mike Zimmer said about Demarion Overshown. Hold on a second. I had it pulled up here just a second ago. Let's see. Yeah, Skywalker Steele said something very interesting about him earlier in the week. Okay, here's the thing that Skywalker Steele said. And then there's an article that was written about this also. But Skywalker Steele, he said this. He said, when Zimmer realized what a weapon Overshown was as a blitzer, he blitzed him 51 times in 2024. Demo under Mike Zimmer. 5 sacks, 8 tackles for loss, 5 quarterback hits, 20 pressures. Not to mention he had a tip. It was like he tipped the ball to himself against the Giants, intercepted it, and ran it back for a touchdown. Demo, before he got injured, was a force to be reckoned with. Zimmer really used him in incredible ways. And I'm really wondering if, okay, so now that we have him off of this quote-unquote ramp-up period, will the Cowboys now start saying, okay, so let's try to use Demarion Overshown in different ways. He's the fastest player that you have on defense. So now you got to figure out ways to use him. You got to let him help you out. You got to let him help you out. You got to let him help you in the pass rush game. Rich Lloyd said Vikings run defense is not very good. Let's hope Williams can get going to open up play action. Rich Lloyd, I really think they need to let Malik Davis start running some too. I really do think he needs to start running some too. Because I really think that Javonte Williams, I think they may be running him too much. I really think they may be running because I'm telling you, man, he looked like he's been wearing down a little bit to me. Malik Davis got some fresh legs. I think he's quicker. He's not as powerful, nowhere near as powerful as Javonte Williams, but I think he's quicker than Javonte Williams. And the Cowboys could probably use Malik Davis in some of their outside game. They could use him in some of their outside game. I'd like to see him run. I'd like to see him get some runs into. Yeah, Yamar says he's glad CD is out there. Yeah, he should be better. Brian says the doc says he can go, he can go. Yeah, I have no problem with it. Just want to make sure Want to make sure he's good. Yay, Mar in the crib. What's going on, Yay, Mar? Lock and D. This is why I'm excited to see this game, because I want to see how the Cowboys play it. Mighty Yent says he's way too conservative in the beginning. Yes, he is. He is. Come out and let loose. Come out and let loose. Rich Lloyd says he's hoping Diggs can play. Okay, I want to talk about that in a moment in the Diggs dilemma. They need Bland at the nickel to cover the tight ends, otherwise they'll attack Stewart all day long. Okay, interesting point. Talk about that in a moment. Lock and D. Let me tell you why I'm just saying the Cowboys have no excuse. They have the easiest schedule. As far as I can tell, they have the easiest schedule of all of these NFC teams that are trying to get in the playoffs. Minnesota don't have a winning record. Commanders don't have a winning record. The Giants don't have a winning record. This is a true test of the Cowboys' focus and mental fortitude. They should be able to beat these teams. The Cowboys should not be outcoached by those teams. They should not be outcoached. They should be able to outcoach and beat those. They should be able to beat those teams on talent alone. Chargers going to be a different story. They're going to have to really be on it when it comes to the Chargers. But the Minnesota Vikings, guys, it's got to start this Sunday. If the Cowboys are truly going to make a playoff run, it has got to start with the Minnesota Vikings. All right. So before we get over to Jerry Jones, let's kind of listen to, I forgot about Matt Eberflus. I forgot about Matt Eberflus. Let's see if we can fit some Matt Eberflus in here. Matt Eberflus did his press conference also yesterday. And I didn't get a chance to listen to the video that AOC did, but AOC said he has had enough of Matt Eberflus. I didn't get a chance to watch it. I'm about to go back and watch it. But he was basically saying some of the stuff that Matt Eberflus said. He said he had enough. So I want to check out what Matt Eberflus said. I want to hear what Matt Eberflus is saying about the Cowboys defense, because sometimes he's saying stuff too that'll make you pull your hair out.
Excited to have Jadeveon Clowney back on the field today. That's going to be great in terms of his impact of what he's done for our football team over the course of the time he's been here. Obviously, a really good run player. He does that really well. Obviously, the pressure player that he has, but more than that, really just his leadership. And he's done a really great job with that. And I'm excited to have him back in there. And then Revel's going to be he'll be limited today, and it's really just in-game soreness. It's nothing big, but for him, it's going to be getting the reps and the walkthrough, and then he'll be out there today in the practice. But he will be that listed as that. And then talking about Diggs, Diggs went through the walkthrough, did a nice job there. Continues to be more consistent, and that's what we're looking for: consistency. He's going through still a ramp-up period of coming back. And we will see where he is, just much like.
Yeah, hey, Doomsday, what up? Doomsday said G. Shotty has to stop this Marty ball. I agree. These defensive coordinators today are way too smart, man. He said it's 2025 NFL, not 1980s NFL, where teams will run heavy and a good running back. Back then, you could win the Super Bowl with a good offensive line. Doomsday. I'm in agreement with you on this because these defensive coordinators are too smart. And even Brian Schottenheimer said, not only are these defensive coordinators extremely smart, but the defensive tackle play in the NFL right now is insane. It's insane. The defensive tackle play is insane. Man, these defensive tackles today can crash your offensive line. I don't care how good your offensive line is. Some of these defensive tackles, man, they can crash your offensive line and destroy it. And if you're just a between the tackle run game, man, you're not going to survive. Unless you just got extremely dominant offensive line play all the way around. Man, you tell me anything you want to. Doomsday, I agree with you. Bro, you are not going to be able to beat teams week in and week out. because teams will commit the farm. And in some cases, they don't even have to commit the farm. But teams will commit extra players to stopping you in the run, and they'll take the chance with you. Hey, WC call. I don't even understand. I agree with you. I can't even get what people saying that Dak Prescott isn't incredible. Dak Prescott is playing better than every quarterback in the league right now. And I'm including Matthew Stafford. Dak Prescott is playing better than him. Dak Prescott is playing better than almost every quarterback. He's playing better than every quarterback out there overall. Dak Prescott is doing some historical things, and people don't realize how great this dude is. So if you're telling me that Dak is not great, Yamar says Dak is not great. Elbert says that Dak is not great. He said Mahomes has Super Bowls. Yeah, look who his coach is. If Dak Prescott had Andy Reid, Dak Prescott would have Super Bowls too. Patrick Mahomes, I watched him play in college. He needed Andy Reid. Quarterbacks need great play callers. This dude, Andy Reid, is a master play caller. Dak Muse posted this. I saw this a couple of days ago. I thought it was pretty powerful. People do not understand how great Dak Prescott is. Dak Prescott updated stats. This is not regular. You do not be first in completions being regular. You do not be first in passing yards being regular. You don't have 26 touchdowns and be second in touchdowns being average. You are not average with a 73.4 QBR. You are first in QBR. You're not average and you're fourth in completion percentage at 69%. You're not average with 178 first downs. That is not average. If Dak Prescott is average, I would hate to see what great is. Or as a matter of fact, I would love to see what great is. If there is one thing that Dak Prescott has proven this season, he is not the problem. He is not the problem. He's the solution. He's the solution. Y'all watch what I tell you. When Dak Prescott gets his Super Bowl, and then when Dak Prescott's career is finished, got a feeling he might be able to get two. When Dak Prescott gets his Super Bowl or Super Bowls, and then when people look at Dak Prescott's career, they're going to be astounded at how great his numbers are. They're going to be astounded. Dak Prescott is doing historical things. But because we compare Dak Prescott, and I understand what we're doing. We compare Dak Prescott to Troy Aikman. We compare him to Roger Staubach. Then we compare him to other quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls. Dak Prescott is better than a lot of quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls. The problem is Dak Prescott has not been on better teams than some of those quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls. Dak Prescott is better than Trent Dilfer. Dak Prescott is better than Brad Johnson. Dak Prescott is better than Jalen Hurts. And if you don't believe that by now, I don't know what else to tell you. Dak Prescott is better than Jalen Hurts, the most recent Super Bowl winner. But Dak Prescott has not played on a team yet that was as good as the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles. And that's fact, not conjecture. That's facts, not conjecture. The real estate vet is in the crib. Welcome to the congregation. He said they finally let me out of the office. Yes, sir. He said, I bet my mortgage lender a pretty penny for a head-up bet versus the Vikings. Should I be nervous? No. If the Cowboys come out and do what they say, and I don't condone betting, the real estate vet, you have nothing to worry about if the Cowboys come out here and take care of business. You have nothing to worry about if the Cowboys come out here and take care of business. Straight up facts. All right. Let's hold on a second. Wait, Preston Taylor, what's going on? He said, Mr. G, do you remember back on 11-15, 14, and 5-16? Colin Cowherd said, Mr. Dak Prescott is a backup at tight end. Keep up the very good work, sir. Preston, you know what's insane? Colin Cowherd went from the biggest Dak Prescott hater to the biggest Dak Prescott advocate. There is nobody advocating for Dak Prescott more than Colin Cowherd now. Colin Cowherd said he finally gets it about Dak Prescott after all these years. And he has been saying it now. Dak Prescott is not the problem and has not been the problem. Yeah. All right, guys, I forgot about Matt Eberflus. Let's check out some Matt Eberflus real quick.
Like last week, we'll see where he is in terms of the consistency and the execution throughout the week like we would with any player. And that's where he is. And then moving on to Minnesota. Minnesota, obviously, a big challenge. They got a big victory last week. And, host of receivers. The top three receivers are really good players. Tight end's a really good player. Their two backs are really outstanding and running the ball at a really good clip. In all personnel groups, their multiplicity is what creates that. And they do a really good job with mixing their personnels as they go through it in the run game and give you varied looks. So that's a challenge for us. Worked on that yesterday, working on it today, and then starting on third down, which is going to be a big down for us. So with that, open questions.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Justin Jefferson is one of the top receivers in the league, but the last couple of weeks his numbers have been down. Are you seeing anything on tape there where teams are taking him out, or is it something else that we're not seeing?
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you have one of the best or maybe the best receiver in the league, guys want to be able to do that, and that's what you're seeing a little bit of. And but again, they're going to be creative with moving him, motioning, getting him on the perimeter, and that's what they've done to get him the ball. But certainly an excellent talent.
Not to mention what gives the Cowboys fits, and Dan Campbell exploited this once again. Motion really messes with the Cowboys. And I really think it messes with the Cowboys depending upon what rotation they have in there. This is why I still say the Cowboys need to stop this rotation. I just don't think the rotation is working. I know they want to keep guys fresh. I don't think it's working. I don't think it's working because there are certain times that certain players are out there and they're liabilities. There are certain times that certain players are liabilities out there. And so the Cowboys, man, I really think they need to quit this rotation thing. Motion is going to give the Cowboys issues. But I can tell you this. Justin Jefferson has not been having great games. But boy, against the Cowboys, we're going to have to really be on our P's and Q's. Lock and D. Bro, I agree with you. I don't think Diggs can help you in this game. There is no universe right now where Diggs can stay with a receiver like Justin Jefferson. There is no universe where that is going to happen. One of the things that I don't like about Matt Eberflus calls certain plays not to give up big plays, only to give up big plays. I'm going out swinging. Matt Eberflus needs to blitz more. And I'm sure he's in meetings and he's convincing everyone that blitzing is not the way because that makes the Cowboys defense more vulnerable. But they're vulnerable when you don't blitz. He's blitzing the least of anybody in the league. I think it's somewhere around, 27, 28%? It's pretty bad. I think one of the keys, and I want to see what they do this game. I think one of the keys, I think you got to use Demarion Overshown. I think you have to use Demarion Overshown. You got to use him to be a part of your pass rush. Let him loose. He's quick enough to get to the quarterback. Let him loose. Use him as the chess piece. Move Overshown all over the field. That's who the Cowboys need to, because he is the fastest defensive player. And if he's not the fastest, he's definitely the quickest. Demarion Overshown will put pressure on the quarterback. He can help you in the run game when he's rushing to the line of scrimmage. But the problem with Matt, and this is, I don't have the same problem with Matt Eberflus that other people do. I don't have a problem with Matt Eberflus' system as much, even though I don't like bend, don't break systems. But he's here. There's nothing we can do. But what I have a problem with him is the lack of adjustments he makes in the system. Now, it looks like the previous 3 games, he made some great adjustments. But for whatever reason, he came back against the Detroit Lions. And I do think I'm still going to give Dan Campbell credit. Dan Campbell forced him into situations where he couldn't use some of the things that he had been doing, in particular that 5-man front. Dan Campbell, Okoye talked about it. He put an extra receiver out there to keep them, to force them into having to always hold that receiver. Rather than being, because again, you got to think about it. You can only have 11 men on the field. If you got a 5-man front, that means now you only have 6 defensive backs. You can only have 6 in general, 6 more players on the field. Two of those, they're going to be cornerbacks. Or 3 if you decide to go that route. But if you go 3, that's 8. So you're either going with a single linebacker and 2 safeties. That formation really takes away from some of the things that you can do as a defense. Because if you're going to run that 5-man front, that means you're going to run 2 corners, 2 backers, 2 safeties. So that means, hey, you better get to the quarterback in a hurry. Because if not, there's going to be some mismatches out there. That means there's going to be some safeties on some, there's either going to be a linebacker or a safety on a very quick wide receiver. They put you in a headlock. They put you in a headlock, I'm just telling you. And so I think he got forced out of that formation because Detroit they really put a lot of pressure on him in that passing game. And especially, they did exactly what I thought they would have done. Use the screen game on him. Use the screen game. Use the outside game. They knew where the Cowboys' weaknesses were. It's the outside. It's the edges. That's where you defeat the Cowboys. You're not going to really defeat them as much up the middle with Quinnen and Kenny and those guys, unless they're not on the field. But that's not where you're going to beat the Cowboys. You beat them on the edges. You beat them by making their linebackers have to make plays. That's where you beat the Cowboys. Cowboys going to have to figure this out. I still say, man, put Demo out there, move him around like a chess piece, and let this dude get after the quarterback.
Would you assess your linebackers with Murray and Wilson? I think Logan yesterday said he's still getting acclimated. He said he'll be acclimated forever in your scheme and those kinds of things.
Yeah, they're both doing, learning and growing together and doing a good job there. We've split time with those guys. We've evaluated their competition, and we're going to continue to do that. And it's important that we look at it that way. We're always evaluating the number, how they execute on the field, and what gives us the best chance in terms of the mix. Who's doing what.
I'm not buying this whole discussion that they're having about. I'm not buying this discussion with Logan Wilson and Kenneth Murray Jr. I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying what they're selling on this. This seems to be, we paid him, we played him. We paid him, we're playing him. Again, the Kenneth Murray discussion is simple for me. I'm just a common sense person. When you tell me that somebody is not as bad as people say, that means he's bad. That means he's bad. And if he's not as bad as people say, that means that he must be making some bad plays. If you tell me he's not as good as the Cowboys think he is, that also tells me, well, maybe he's not as good. That tells me that he's somewhere below that. And if that is my starting Mike linebacker, I can't have those discussions. I can't have those discussions with my Mike. I'm not having that discussion about a player that's that pivotal. I'm not having that discussion. And I brought Logan Wilson on this team. And again, when Shotty brought up this thing about depth, that was the first time I heard that. I'm sorry, I can't roll with that. I've seen everything I need to see from Murray. I got to see what Logan Wilson can do. I got to give him more. I got to give Logan Wilson more snaps. I just don't like Murray. Just ain't Murray to me. I just think the Mike linebacker, he's out of position. Period. In the story. I don't think he plays that position well. And I think that's why he's been through, 2 teams before he got to the Cowboys? No. I think the Cowboys need to go more with Logan Wilson. We'll hear what Jerry has to say about it.
Series 1, Series 2, Series, a piece, whatever that might be, rotational-wise. But we're always going to look at that. What gives us the best chance to win?
That position, is it hard to get acclimated quickly because Logan came in, in the middle of the season?
Yeah, I mean, you got a veteran player, which makes it a little bit easier playing in a similar 4-3 type of style system. And again, we're multiple and all those things, but I think it's easier for a veteran.
Matt Towers with ESPN. The consistency part with Diggs. Can you kind of what do you mean? Enough effort, a performance?
No, it's all about just being consistent with everything.
They can tell me anything they want to about this Trayvon Diggs discussion. It is exactly what I said it was. This is not a performance issue with Trayvon Diggs on the field. It's not just a performance issue. I'm telling you that is not what this is. This has something else. This is something else. So the man he goes out with a concussion, some freak accident that happened at his crib. And then that turns into, it's not just a concussion. He's been having knee issues all year. Really? We didn't know he'd been having knee issues all year. So now he says he's ready. We're going to hear from him in a moment. He's ready. But in the Cowboys' eyes, he's not ready. And then when they're talking about Diggs, they're saying stuff like ramp up period. Bro, this dude is a veteran. Stop it. Stop it. Diggs don't need no ramp up period. If we're just being honest, what ramp up period does he need? Unless you're saying you want to ease him back in because of his knees. The skills of him understanding how to play cornerback, I don't think it's Trayvon Diggs' mind that is betraying him as much as it is his body that's betraying him. I still say with those knee injuries, he's having problems turning and running. If you can keep everything in front of Diggs is going to he got ball skills. If somebody tries to do like a quick slants, quick comeback routes, Diggs can jump those. His problem is turning and running. He cannot turn and run like he used to. And it's understandable. This dude is coming off of double knee injuries. And there are advocates for Trayvon Diggs, and they're in love with the Trayvon Diggs before the injury. And they want to make the argument that the Trayvon Diggs that we're watching now is the same Trayvon Diggs we were watching before the contract. It's not. He's not the same Diggs. But I don't even think that's the issue with the Cowboys. This stuff that they're talking about with Diggs, this seems to be attitude driven. It seems to be something they're saying about his attitude or demeanor. And that's why every time somebody presses them on it, the explanation don't make sense. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? The attention to detail, doing things right all the time. What does that even mean? I said it, and now it's being justified. This isn't just about on the field with Diggs, and even Diggs is saying the same thing.
It's for any player, right? It's, I always talk to the players about being, what's important now. And then, the I in win stands for individual responsibility. And that's what it is, your individual responsibility for all members of the football.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about? You know what this sounds like they're saying? He's not a team player. That he's concerned about himself, but it's like they're saying, but he's got to understand how he fits in with the other 10 players. What in the world are y'all talking about? This is goggly goop. Who knows what this means? Watch this. Watch this. Y'all ready for this? The standard that they're using for Trayvon Diggs, they can keep him off the field the entire season. For the rest of the season, they can keep him off the field because they seem to be using some kind of scale or measurement or judgment, watch this, that only they can make. People were mad when I was saying this. I was right about this. I don't think this is just field issues with Diggs. This seems to be stuff about attitude. Y'all tell me. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm gonna just declare maybe I'm crazy. But this sounds like goggly goop to me. This sounds like, hey man, this dude, yeah, he's not a team player. That's the only thing I could gather from what they're saying. It's the only thing I can gather. And this ramp-up period, stop this. Stop this. You know what the best way is for a player to ramp up when they're physically ready? You got to start giving them some plays in the game. I just wonder, I was saying this a couple of games ago. I was a little bit shocked when Jerry brought up Trayvon Diggs because my question is, will he see the field again for the Cowboys? Maybe he plays on Sunday. They haven't let this cat out of the bag just yet. Maybe he plays this Sunday. But doggone it, if he don't play this Sunday.
Football team, is to be, wired into the meetings, wired into the practice, knowing your job, doing your job, asking questions, make sure it's clear for you, and then go out there and execute all 11 all together, every single play. And that's just really for everybody. And
okay, y'all tell me what y'all heard this man saying. Because this man sounds like to me he's saying that Trayvon Diggs is not a team player. That's what it sounds like to me. Okay, maybe I'm misinterpreting. Somebody give me some better explanations of what these people are saying, because they're all saying the same thing. Even Brian Schottenheimer to me is double talking when he's got this ramp up period. He's doing some things great, but he's got to understand. Understand what? What does he have to understand?
We're evaluating that throughout the course of the week. And like I said, who gives us the best chance to win the game?
Is it still
what? Who give you the best?
Still a health component with him?
He's still going through a ramp-up period. You take all that time off. There's definitely a ramp-up period there.
What are they talking about? Trayvon. Ramp-up period. I'm very interested to see y'all comments on this.
And he's going through that.
And then you mentioned Clowney's leadership. How have you seen that impact guys? What does he do in terms of helping guys out?
Yeah, just him helping guys, with the technique fundamentals, on the side, and then his energy. I think that's a big part of it. Really, you always, it's not really what you say a lot of times; it's how you play. He plays with a great motor. You can see him making plays, getting off blocks, straining in the run game. disengaging and making plays on the other side of the field. You saw the sacks that he had, versus Kansas City. Those were effort sacks. Our DBs would call them coverage sacks, but that's what you see on tape, and that's real leadership there because it's with the action.
John Michaud with The Athletic. You guys, before the Detroit game, those 3 games, leading up to that, you have a 3-game win streak. Defense was playing great. Do you feel like you guys took a step back in Detroit?
Yeah, you got to respond to adversity or sudden changes. So that game was a certain situation where you had some short fields, where you had some things where you're on the other side. And
I agree with him on this point. If you're going to let the other team's average starting position be the 42-yard line, you're going to get scored on. You're going to get scored on a lot. I mean, even if they just get field goals. If they get field goals and they get 9 drives, they're still getting 27 points. So if they're going to get field goals and on 9 drives, that's going to be 27 points. You throw in a couple of turnovers in there and then throw in a couple of those drives where they're actually not field goals, but they're touchdowns, you getting beat. Yeah, you're getting beat. Lock and D, I agree with you. I was kind of in the same. I think they might. I don't think they should have got Shotty coming off of a firing from the Bears. Shotty, I'm sorry, Matt Eberflus. They shouldn't have got Matt Eberflus coming off of a firing for the Bears. I actually think nobody should have picked him up. He should have sat down a year. I still say I wish the Cowboys would have got Robert Saleh. I think it's his name. I wish they would have got Saleh. I know they had to pay a lot, but I think he's the kind of defensive coordinator they really needed. Yeah, and like indeed, this is another issue. Like I said before, I have an issue with Matt Eberflus. He's very stubborn. He wants to prove that his way is the best way. I think this was one of the problems that the Chicago Bears team had with him. He would come into the locker room after they would lose games, and he would be blaming the execution of the players. They almost had a mutiny up in that thing, man. And it's crazy to me that Ben Johnson has taken a team that he coached, and now that team is a playoff team, looks like. Ain't nothing we can do about it now. But yeah, I think the Cowboys should have got a better DC. But the problem is, I don't think they're going to change DCs. I think they're going to continue to try to get Matt Eberflus players that fit his system because the Cowboys want to prove themselves. I think they want to prove themselves right on Matt Eberflus. The only way Matt Eberflus is getting up out of here is that there is a total defensive collapse over these next 4 games.
And they just happen, right? And we have to do a better job, of stopping them in the third down, in the red zone when that happens and make them kick field goals. And you'd probably see a different result. So, yes, we do have to play better, and we do have to do better in those areas for sure.
And then
yeah, Maddie, you got to call a better game. You have to call a better game. Period in the story. This is why the Chicago players were livid at Matt Eberflus. This kind of talk right here. Yeah, we got to play better. We got to do this and we got to. No. Yeah, some of this is the players. But I still challenge him because he's got to put them in situations to succeed. And he doesn't do that very well.
In terms of getting the pressure on Jared Goff, was it just maybe not having Clowney out there, or why do you think you guys weren't able to get maybe more pressure on him?
Yeah, some of it was, when you look at it, they were chipping a lot coming out, for our edges and stuff and working the guys inside and bringing the center to certain people. But, it's really about us, winning our one-on-ones. And and then creating pressure with pressure, So again, we got to look at that. I have to look at that and do a better job of that, and we'll look and see where it is.
See, this is where I disagree with Brian again. I'm not a defensive guru. I'm not a football guru. I just use common sense. Sometimes the goal in football is not always winning the one-on-one. The goal defensively is, how do we get somebody running free at the quarterback? How do we do that? How do I get Demarion Overshown a free run at the quarterback? How do I get my safety a free run, my cornerback a free lane to the quarterback? How do I eat up blocks? They have a 5-man front. Let's say they have let's say they were running 11 personnel. 1 running back, 1 tight end. They got a 6-man front. So how can I consume all of those blockers? How do I make them, okay, they're going to have to double Quinnen Williams. That takes up 2 of the 4. I got Kenny Clark. Okay, so that's going to be 3. That's going to be 3 of the 6. If the tight end runs out, that's 3 of the 5. How do I get those other 2 players consumed? How do I get them to block somebody so that I can loop Demarion Overshown around free to the quarterback? I'm not so concerned with beating one-on-ones because we don't really have those type of players. I think that can I don't think we have the players that can beat a lot of one-on-ones. I think we might have about 3 players that can do that. Kenny, Quinnen, Jadeveon Clowney, Ezra, depending upon the play. They can maybe beat those one-on-ones. But that's not really what I'm trying to do. How do I get free runners to the quarterback? Because that's how I beat teams. No. This is where Brian, for me, is so stubborn. He wants to, and I understand, he's the defense coordinator. He wants to do it his way. And sometimes it seems like he goes out of his way to prove that we don't have the players that can do it any other way. So it's my way or no way. Struggle with Brian doing this. I struggle with this. Yeah, he talked about multiple, but it seemed like he was made to be multiple. But it's like Detroit or whatever happened. Detroit forced him, and I don't know if it's all forced. They may have gave him an excuse to go back to what he likes to run. I'm not buying all the multiple talk that he does. Brian, Matt Eberflus has got to be smarter. He just got to be smarter, man. He does.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Donovan Ezra and Brian Schottenheimer's talked about how he challenged him earlier in the season to be.
Hey, Ducindo, what up? Hey, Ducindo, let me tell you something. Rose brought this back to my recollection, bro. We are going to be on the watch for this. Ducindo, a regular here, actually, he said, Rams fan, he says, if everything happens as I think, Dak might be right. See you in the conference championship. Let me tell you something. Ducindo, these players the Cowboys have on this offense are good enough that with some slight tweaks in the play calling, offensively and defensively, they are not only going to win the next 4 games, but I will not be surprised if they go in those playoffs and they be even better than the 2023 Green Bay Packers were, who beat them in the playoffs. I mean, the Cowboys could actually be that 2011 New York Giants team, if they get in and get some luck. I'm telling you, Ducindo, they got enough to win these next 4 games. Man, 3 of these 4 teams, they don't have even winning records. And I know they're divisional games, and I know all they're going to give us their best punch. The Vikings are going to give the Cowboys their best punch. Man, Cowboys need to come out of here and handle up on these Vikings, put them dudes out of their misery early, and beat the living daylights out of them, and then go on to the Chargers. Thankfully, the Chargers are going to be in Dallas, and I do think the Cowboys are going to be able to beat the Chargers in Dallas, but they got to get past this game. This Vikings game is going to be tough, at least early. It'll be tough early. Cowboys got to come out here and take care of business on these boys. Yeah, Lock and D, that's the problem with Murray. He is not a Mike, bro. Straight up. Jesse Gordon, oh no, we ride or die with the Cowboys. Yeah, Larry Golden. A lot of people do not understand how great Dak is. He's got one of the most accurate arms in the NFL, no doubt. It's not easy what he does. Putting a ball in 1 foot by 1 foot area and 2 or 3 defenders. He's the best tight window thrower in the NFL. And this is one of the reasons why I will not be surprised if Brian Flores Brian Flores is going to try and mask some of these blitzes that he's going to throw at the Cowboys, because I'm pretty sure he's not going to get too aggressive, because if there is a quarterback that is good against the blitz, it is Rain Dakota Prescott. So he's going to be very careful in the way he blitzes. But again, Matt Eberflus is not understanding the goal of getting to the quarterback. The goal is not eating up the one-on-one blocks. I mean, it's great if you can, but really what you want is a guy who is running free at the quarterback. That's what you try to scheme for. Scheme to get a player running right at the quarterback, free.
More of a vocal leader. How have you, as a Rocker, how have you seen him take that approach and be a leader for some of these other?
Well, he's a mature young guy, so he's a very mature soul, and he does a great job with, knowing what to do, doing his job, but he's also very talented. So the guys respect that, and the guys respect also how he works. He's a real worker, and he works in the meetings, works in the walkthroughs, always working on his technique, and then when he plays on the practice field, man, he goes. It's no other like a lot of our guys do. Point to the D tackles; those guys are workers. Overshown, all those guys work.
There's Rose. What up, Rose?
And that's the motor we're looking for, and he certainly has that.
And then back on the Detroit game, you guys blitzed quite a few times on those first two drives, and not as much on the final. I think it was 10. What was the credit to that? Is it just kind of the threats that they had coming out of the backfield, or what? What was the game plan there?
Yeah, I mean, you call the game, right? You call the game the way you see fit to win the game, and obviously I could have done a better job, and certainly I own that, and take that. I understand that. And give
hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. Hold on, man.
No.
Hold on a second. Man, come on, guys. Man, you know what? I can deal with taking accountability. I can understand taking accountability, bro. But it ain't good enough to say this kind of stuff for me. It's not. I know it has to be good enough, but it ain't good enough. It is not good enough. Yeah, you got to call a better game. Bro, that's not good enough. Okay, I want to see you call a better game coming up on this next one. That kind of talk to me be bothering me, man. Because it's almost like, okay, I've already taken responsibility for it, move on. I can move on. But I also want you to know that ain't good enough. That ain't good enough. We need to see better. We need to see better. Because to say that I got to do better and then you come back. Now, again, I'm not going to kill Matty Eberflus. He had a great 3-game run. Let's see if maybe the Detroit game was an anomaly. Let's see if he comes back and call a good game. But he's got to make some better adjustments, man. He's got to make some better adjustments. Hey, we're going to get back to the Diggs dilemma in just a moment.
In the game, so I always look at all the calls, all the breakdowns, and where they are and why they happened. And that's important to do that as a group, and we did that, and we're moving on to Minnesota.
And last quick one with Rebel. It was a struggle for him. What was kind of the talking points to him coming out of that game?
Rebel's a young guy. He's a young player, and he's going to learn. And I told him this, after he started, played in his first game, you're going to learn so much every single game, right? There's situations that are going to come up, the matchups, like I talked about last week, they're going to come up, and he's going to keep learning, keep growing. And the one thing I love about him is that it doesn't shake him. He's right there all the way, and and he does a really good job of doing that, resetting, refocusing, going on to the next play. So he doesn't let it bother him. But again, he did some good things too, and he continues to.
Joe White, Dallas Morning News. Deron Bland, obviously a lot of interceptions in his career. He's only one so far this season. How does Deron get his hands on the ball more?
Yeah, I think he has gotten his hands on the football a bunch. We just got to go ahead and finish. He's right there. It's about your catch and all those things, and he's got some deflections and those types of things. But I think those things are coming. The guys are really working hard to pound the rock during the week, and he's had some opportunities, and we just got to seize those. But again, he'll get more as he goes because he's been close to the ball.
And then J.J. McCarthy, no interceptions last week.
Well, I'll tell you this. The problem is with this defense, they want it to be conducive to getting turnovers. I don't think it's conducive to getting turnovers. And the reason why I don't think it's conducive to getting turnovers is because when I watched the Detroit Lions play the Cowboys, the Detroit Lions, I believe, is the top tackling team in the league. Top tackling team in the league. And the thing that I noticed about the Detroit Lions, they swarm to the football. Now, when Dan Quinn and Al Harris was here, and the Cowboys were getting all those turnovers, they swarmed to the football. And Al Harris is the master of teaching that punch out of the football. They swarmed it. They don't swarm to the football. And especially not on a consistent basis. They don't swarm to whoever has the ball. They don't do it. Number two, in order to create turnovers, especially playing as much zone as the Cowboys play, well, somewhere in there, you have got to get enough pressure to hurry up a throw, make errant throws. You got to do enough to get that quarterback off his mark so he can't make accurate throws. Jared Goff, case in point. Cowboys came out those first couple of drives. I mean, I thought, okay, here we go. It's exactly how I thought it was going to be. Cowboys going to have Jared Goff running for his life. I mean, it was after the first two drives. It was whatever they showed Matt Eberflus, he backed totally off and decided to let Jared Goff just sit back there and pass. And when he needed to, he threaded the needle on the Cowboys. He threaded the needle. The plays, the Dan Campbell call, he put the players in mismatch situations, got them in space, and they were able to run it into the end zone on the Cowboys. Over in the story. And this is why I struggle with Matt Eberflus, because Matt Eberflus, again, he calls the defense to say, well, we're not going to give up the big play. And he continues to give up the big play. Matt, go down swinging, bro. Go down swinging, man. You got to blitz more, bro. And blitz smart. The fastest or quickest player on your team right now on the defense is DeMario Overshown. Well, if he's ready to go, then you need to move him around this week and let this dude get loose on the quarterback.
Vikings lead the league in interceptions thrown this year. How much of an opportunity is that, and how much of an emphasis is getting takeaways this week?
It's every week. It's every week. You know, it's we emphasize it every single practice. You know, every single day in the meetings, and it's about what we do on the practice field. And I'm seeing the progress. You know, in terms of the attempts. And we just got to stay on it as coaches and players and be mindful and intentional during practice.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Matt, you talked about competition with Kenneth Murray and Logan Wilson. Like, what specifically would one of them have to do to really separate themselves and get the majority of those reps?
I mean, it comes down to the practice tape. You know, it comes down to the practice tape of the execution, you know, making plays on the ball. You know, because I've always said this even since, you know, when I was coaching Sean here before, Sean Lee, is that the linebacker's job is to hit the ball. You know, you are the point of attack. There is no backside for you. You know, so to me, you should be able to have, you know, 15, 16, 18 tackles in a game, you know, and you should make ball production. You should have caused fumbles, recovered fumbles, interceptions. You should have all those things because you're the middle of the defense. And so that's what we're looking for. You know, and those guys are working to do that. And I'm starting to see with Overshown, I'm starting to see some of that come to light of him hitting the ball the right way, you know, in terms of his strip attempts, you know, his eyes getting back, footwork and all those things. But, again, that's for everybody.
And with McCarthy, what do you see on tape? He's kind of bottom of the league in a lot of statistics. Why do you think he's struggling? Where do you think he's at?
Well, I always think it's hard for a rookie at first, you know, to come out of the box, you know, and light it up. You don't see that. You know, but you see him being more comfortable. He's more comfortable, certainly last week, and you know, he's growing like everybody else. You know.
Now let me make a correction on this. No, J.J. McCarthy is still not lighting it up. Let me tell you what they were able to do to the Washington Commanders. J.J. McCarthy's numbers in the grand scheme of things were pedestrian. They actually sacked him 4 times. And this is why I tell people quarterback sacks is not the end all. It is not the end all be all stat. And it's not that it doesn't change games, but the thing about quarterback sacks is when you get those sacks. Do they stop a drive? Do you get a strip sack fumble? Do you create a turnover? Is it a momentum changer? All of these things count. Sacks are not just the only thing. It's when you get the sacks. And the Commanders were able to get pressure on him. They got 4 sacks on him. They were able to get pressure. He was only 16 for 23, 163 yards. It's not like he was tearing it up out there. But what he did, what the Minnesota Vikings did, is check out this area. And this is where the Cowboys are going to have to be careful. Aaron Jones, 14 for 76? What? 5.4 yards per carry? Jordan Mason was another 11 for 52? Just with the running backs they ran for 128 yards. Yeah, you're going to be able to do some damage. You're going to be able to do some damage if your running backs are running like this. They did some damage on the ground. They really did. I mean, they didn't have no killer day out there in the passing game. I mean, look at Justin Jefferson, 2 for 11. TJ Hawkinson, 2 for 12. Josh Oliver, 2 for 24. Jalen Naylor, 3 for 30. Jordan Addison, 4 for 62. I mean, it's not like they were out there tearing it up. They didn't tear it up in the passing game. It's obvious that they were able to do some things in the running game. And not only were they able to do some things in the running game, I mean, it's pretty obvious. that the defense also came out there and did a number on them. They had 1 fumble loss. They had 2 interceptions thrown. That in itself is going to cost you a ball game. They're running well. The defense played really well. They were able to stop both Daniels and Mariota for whatever short period he played, but they were able to stop Daniels. And when you look at J.J. McCarthy, he didn't have any interceptions, no fumbles. I mean, 4 sacks. I mean, but for the most part, look at the time of possession, 34 minutes and 52 seconds. I mean, when you really look at it in the grand scheme of things, I mean, they did a number on them. They did a number on them. 4 for 4 in the red zone. I mean, they did a number on them. They were able to stop them. And so this is where the Cowboys are way better than the Washington Commanders. They should not be able to have this same type of day against the Dallas Cowboys. But the Washington Commanders only had a total of 206 yards on offense. 99 yards passing? Oh, what in the world? You ran for more yards than you threw? What? No wonder they beat the Washington Commanders. I don't think they're going to have the same game against the Cowboys. But Brian's going to have to be smart. He is going to have to figure out ways to get to J.J. McCarthy. You got to get him off his number. You have got to get him off of his mark. And once you get some pressure on him, he's going to fold like a lawn chair at a wedding. But you got to get some pressure on him. And not just early in the game. The Cowboys got pressure on Jared Goff early in the game. None in the mid game, none in the late game. Consistent pressure. Let DeMarion Overshown. Use him strategically and keep the pressure on.
In the league, and you can see that for sure.
Tommy Marsh, Cowboys.com. Excuse me, you've had to face Aaron Jones quite a bit over the last couple of years. What's made him kind of just steady production-wise and steady being one of the better running backs in the league?
Yeah, I would go to the second thing first is his toughness. I mean, he is as tough as there is. I mean, he's for a guy that's not that big, he throws it in there, and he does a really good job. He's an inside and outside runner. He can capture the edge. And then he's a threat and a weapon as a receiver. You know, in the screen game, you know, in the check down game, he can take it. And he does a really good job with that. You know,
the edges of the Cowboys defense is where they suffer. They suffer when you get outside of the tackles on our defense. We have got to fix that. We suffer. When teams run screens on us, we suffer. We really do. And especially when DeMarion Overshown is not on the field. Boy, we suffer bad.
And then obviously his talent. He's a very talented player. And he's a true pro. You can certainly see that.
And we've talked a lot about 4 games in 17 days. I know you only have 1 practice under your belt, but are you seeing your players a little bit more energized now that they've had the extra couple of days leading into this week?
Yeah, I was talking to Shadi last night, and the thing I said to him was that I was really pleased with the practice. Because when you have all those days of games and not much practice, yesterday's practice was really good in terms of the energy, execution, in terms of the guys doing what we're asking them to do. So it was really good yesterday.
Ed Werder, WFAA. Another question on Diggs. When Shadi was asked about him yesterday, described the situation much the way you did as far as ramp up, and said he feels good, he wants to play. And then he said ultimately he's got to do everything the right way. What is your interpretation or explanation for what exactly that means?
Well, I mean, when you say everything the right way, it's just when you first come into the building, right, and then and then you leave the building, right. It's just everything the right way. So it's just intentional meetings, intentional on the practice field.
Another question on Diggs.
Now, listen to this goggly goop they keep talking about on Diggs. I said this, and some out there got in their feelings. I've been saying this about Diggs. This isn't a field issue with Diggs. The Cowboys are not dealing with Diggs with they're tacking it on, saying, "Oh, well, it's a ramp up period. Oh, and attention to detail." And then they're putting all this other weird stuff on here. This doesn't sound like this is a health issue. This sounds like attitude issue stuff. Just listen to what he says.
Shadi was asked about him yesterday. Described the situation much the way you did as far as ramp up, and said he feels good, he wants to play. And then he said ultimately he's got to do everything the right way. What is your interpretation or explanation for what exactly that means?
Well, I mean, when you say everything the right way, it's just when you first come into the building, right, and then and then you leave the building, right. It's just everything the right way. So it's just intentional meetings, intentional on the practice field, walkthroughs, talk-throughs, all those things. That's for everybody. We're not asking, him or anybody else to do anything different. That's what we ask of all of our players, everybody that's here. That's what we do. So, and that's what I believe he's referring to. I'm not speaking for him, but
see, but don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Diggs should be out there on the field for the Cowboys. That's going to be another discussion. But this is the stuff that we're getting about Diggs and Blue. Those two in particular. This is the same thing or similar. It's like they're saying about Jaden Blue. Not a professional. He doesn't show the consistency. The practice. He's not practicing this way or that way. This is the same conversation, if you pay attention. This is the same conversation that's being had about Jaden Blue by Brian Schottenheimer. And now we're hearing Trayvon Diggs. This seems to be a unanimous conversation. They're all saying, have y'all not noticed? I'm hearing Brian Schottenheimer and now Matt Eberflus, they're using the same language, and the language is so confusing. Yeah, when he comes into the building, he has to do everything right. What do you mean? What do you mean when he comes into the building? Is he not working out hard? Is he not lifting the weights good? I mean, but they don't want to explain it. I said it before, and now I know I was right about it. This is not just a performance issue with Diggs. It's not just a performance issue. Elbert said, "Gee, you said they were going to beat the Lions." Well, always remember, though, Elbert, and I'm going to do the same thing tomorrow. We hadn't have a chance. We're going to do our official preview show tomorrow, and then we'll do it Sunday before the game. We'll go over it again. But always remember, Elbert, when you see me do the Cowboys, if they win, I say if they do these things, they'll win. If they don't do these things, they'll lose. So, yeah, I don't know if I was necessarily wrong because I always give 2 scores on the Cowboys. And when we go back and look at what the Cowboys did based on what I said they should do, they didn't do it. That's how I call games. I don't just come out and just say the Cowboys going to do this and they're going to do that. I come out and give the keys to winning the game. And if the Cowboys don't turn those keys, more than likely the Cowboys are not going to win. I'll be doing that tomorrow. I'm going to put that all together late tonight. I'm going to do that late tonight or early in the morning, and then we're going to come back tomorrow, Elbert, and you'll see I do it the same way every single time. Yamo said Pickens is helping Ryan out. He said you got to keep Pickens in. Yeah, Yamo. Brian is benefiting from the talent that he has on this team. And I'm not saying he shouldn't, because, of course, you want great talent. But when you got great talent, man, you put great talent with great play calling, nobody's going to stop you. And I'm just being honest, nobody should be able to stop the Dallas Cowboys. They are just too good. Even with the tackle play not being that good, they are too talented. There is no way any team should be able to hold the Cowboys. There is no way, bro. There is no way. They shouldn't be able to hold an offense this good. They should not be able to hold an offense this good being led by a quarterback that's playing this good. Man, it's crazy.
That's what it is.
If Diggs were to reach that point and get back on the field this final month, what kind of a difference do you think he could make in terms of his skill set?
Yeah, I think he could make some impact. He really could. And but again, it's all about being that consistency and
What is this gobbledygook? What is this? What are they talking about with Trayvon Diggs? This doesn't sound like just on the field stuff. It doesn't sound like just on the field stuff. This sounds like some attitude stuff. Because it's the only thing that makes sense. Oh, the ramp up. Oh, but then he come in the building. He's got to do. Oh, what do you mean consistency? What, of doing everything right all the time?
Doing the things right. But for me, anytime you have a talented player and we're able to utilize him as he ramps up and he shows that he's ready to go health-wise and, and the other things we've been talking about.
What are these other things? Because we're still confused. I mean, y'all tell me. With the standard they're using, are y'all seeing the mind games? Y'all do see the mind game they're playing, don't you? That no matter what Diggs shows them, they are going to be the final say of whether or not he gets on the field. Boy, this is a mind game out of this world, man. And I'm not saying whether they should or shouldn't, but I do say the Cowboys need to either do their business in the bathroom or get off the pot. Stop playing with Diggs. You're either going to play him or you're not. You're either going to play him or you're not, man. Stop it. Play him or you're not. But don't be yo-yoing in this man and doing, man, let me tell you something. And I'm not taking up for Diggs. I'm just saying this would be frustrating to me. This would be frustrating to me. Because when you use a standard that's actually not a standard, but it's your standard, I don't know. I don't know how you overcome that. Man, we hadn't even got to the I mean, I guess we've kind of been doing the Diggs dilemma all along, but this is crazy, man.
Use those guys for sure.
A couple quick more, Skyler and Patrick. Saturday since the AP. John mentioned the 3-game run that was pretty good, and then you struggled against Detroit. How much of your messaging is, hey, let's get back to that 3-game run?
Yeah, with the players, I talked to them about, hey, the last 4 games, in the run defense, we're third, in the league in the last 4 games, and third down we're 10th, in terms of that. There's been improvement. You have seen the improvement. Sometimes, you take a step back, right? And then you got to reset. You
just got out coached. It's no big. That's the issue.
It's not the best. We wanted to be 4-0, but we got to now move that forward and go to the last quarter of the season.
Yeah, you got out coached.
It's important that we keep getting better. Keep improving, and we had some improvements in the last quarter, so we got to do a great job with this quarter of the season.
Gotcha.
Influence Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Coming off of a promising rookie season, Maris Leofau, he did some good work for you. There was a 3-game stretch, I think, week 4 to week 7, where he averaged around 25 reps. But these last 3 weeks, he's averaging around 7. I realize you guys have Logan Wilson now in the building, DeMarvion Overshown on his back. What more do you need to see from Maris Leofau for him to earn more reps on the defensive side?
Yeah, I think he's doing the same. I think he's playing really well and doing a good job. He had some good pressures last week. It really comes down to our packaging. So when we put different people in there, he comes off the field. So it really comes down to that.
I do not like this rotation. I don't like this package nonsense the Cowboys are doing. Man, put the best players on the field and let them boys go to work. Let them boys go to work, man. Let them boys, man, let these men play 45, 50 snaps, bro. Let them go to work. And you be very careful at how there are certain players that they should never. You should just sit down and look at the productivity of players and say, there are certain players that we will never have on the field at the same time. And there are certain players that we want to make sure that it's either or of these players all the time and go from there. Man, this is crazy. I don't like this rotation and this. It's crazy. It's crazy. Maurice Leofau played better under Zimmer, too.
You're going to play with an extra D lineman or an extra DB. He comes off the field right now. So that's where it is. It's nothing he did right or did wrong or any of that. So he's a great pro and a consistent player and does a good job.
See, but this is frustrating talk for me. If you're telling me that I'm this, that, and the other, I'm a good player and blah, 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 but I'm only getting 15 snaps a game, bro, that don't match. Ain't tell me what you want to, bro. That ain't matching for me. Who says somebody does a great job and then they don't play them hardly? Come on, man. Man, I'm struggling with this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I struggle, man. I struggle with Matt Eberflus, man. I really do. I struggle with Matt Eberflus. We're going to move Jerry Jones to our tomorrow show. I'm pretty sure that hurt y'all feelings. I'm sure that hurt y'all feelings when I said that.
No.
Yeah, I know it did. So let's go. Let's go into some player interviews, and we're gonna get to the Diggs dilemma. Let me read some comments first. Real estate vet, appreciate your night. Appreciate that super chat. He said consistency is he's probably not answering the questions right in the meeting, meaning he's not studying. His demeanor shows it with Diggs. Bro, real estate vet, and this is the problem with this. And I know they don't want to disclose everything, but, man, this is just goggly goop, man. And I guess at the end of the day, man, this seems like a coaching decision. Like, they're all on board with, like, they're basically telling Jerry, who was the first one that broke this, and I don't think he should have broke it, but I think they're telling Jerry, he ain't ready. Yeah, he's not ready. And it don't sound like these coaches, and I don't think it's just Matt Eberflus. These guys don't. It just seems like they don't like Diggs. And I'm not saying that they don't have a reason not to like Diggs. I mean, some of this stuff with Diggs that he did early on, somebody had mentioned it earlier, some of the stuff that went on with Micah Parsons and the way he was carrying on in that situation. Man. I don't know. But like I said, real estate vet said his demeanor, it shows with Diggs. Let's go ahead and go to this thing with the Diggs dilemma, man. We'll listen to some of this other stuff tomorrow. But let's go to the Diggs dilemma. I thought the Trayvon Diggs press conference was powerful to me. It told me a lot of things. It really did. It told me that where I was about Trayvon Diggs is on point. I said it, and I'll keep saying it. The thing with Diggs, it's not about just on the field. And they're proving it. It's not just about on the field. They are saying that Trayvon Diggs, that there is some issues they have with him personally. They got some personal issues with him. And I think even Brian Schottenheimer alluded to it when he was talking about this, the conversation sometimes that you have, between him and Diggs. I think he was saying it there. I'm gonna go back and listen to that again. I'm gonna let you hear also again how Brian Schottenheimer, even when he talked on 105.3 The Fan, they brought up Trayvon Diggs, and he doubled down on this thing about Diggs.
In postseason run.
Yeah, of course.
Do you feel like you're ready to play this week?
Yeah.
You think you will?
Yeah.
Have they told you that you'll be?
Why y'all asking me? Ask him. Why y'all asking?
I'm just telling y'all. Even Diggs is confirming what I said from the beginning. This isn't just an on the field issue. Because Diggs is actually saying, if you just pay attention to how he's answering these questions, he's actually saying, I don't know what to tell you on this. I'm ready to go. I'm healthy. I'm going to perform well. But it's them. They're the ones who's saying I'm not ready. Diggs is saying I'm ready. They're saying he's not ready. And this is why I said earlier, with the standard the Cowboys are using, they can basically keep Diggs off the field for the rest of the season. Because they're using their own, they're using their own standards. Whatever those standards are, they're using their own standards. And they're saying that he's not living up to those. He's not, he's not living up to those standards. Real estate vet said maybe they're asking him questions in the film room. Maybe they're looking at his approach, as far as continuing to work on that knee. I know that was brought up. They said he'd missed some of those sessions. I mean, when you think about some of the stuff they're saying, they're just saying this. We got a certain standard, and we're not going to tell y'all exactly what those standards are, but he's not living up to them. He's not living up to them. And obviously it sounds like a part of it is maybe they're saying too, he don't look as good as what he thinks he looks. Boy, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. But at this rate, they can keep him out as long as they want to. And there are only, 4 games left? Cowboys went out, there'll be extra games because of the playoffs. But this is crazy what they're doing with Diggs. It's crazy. I'm just telling you.
Good question. All right, so what'd he say?
They said we'll see. So now we're asking.
So why y'all asking me? I don't make the rules.
I don't make the rules. Man! Shoot. Man, KH. He said, stop playing, G. He said, you confused or we all confused? KH, bro, this is crazy to me. That's all I can tell you, man. Man, I'm just telling you, man. If it was me, I'm just a man about mine, bro. I'm just a man about mine. I'd be like, hey, man, just go on and cut me, man. I'm just like that, man. I'm just like that, man. I'm just, hey, man, cut me. Bro, y'all don't want me here, cut me, man. I'm just telling you, cut me. I'm just gonna keep it a bean with you, man. Don't keep, I'm a grown man about mine. Hey, man, y'all don't have to keep stringing me along, bro. If y'all don't want me playing, just cut me, man. Just cut me. Man, this is crazy, this stuff they got with Diggs, man. Man, Lost in Translation said he must have some dirt on them on him or something, boy. I don't know what's going on, man. I'm telling you. Doomsday said, gee, Matt Eberflus and Shotty are the only coaches that do this stupid rotation on defense. Nobody else does this as much as the Cowboys. Man, this has to be one of the stupidest things they do. Can't stand that dumb rotation. And then some of the players they leave out there. Bro, there is never a time I'm leaving Oso Digizua and Solomon Thomas on the field at the same time. Boy, that's stupid. Man, I'm telling you, whenever the Cowboys on defense, there are two players I'm never taking out at the same time. I'm never taking Kenny Clark and Quentin Williams out at the same time. They're getting enough rest when our offense is on the field, bro. It is stupid that we do this. Stupid. Do not understand it, man. But I'm just telling you, man, this thing with Diggs is crazy to me, man. WCB, he said the issue with Diggs is he's got Jerry money. And now he's not going to play the same as Ezekiel Elliott did, grab the money and run. And man, let me tell you something. The thing that got Diggs is, I got to say this. I've been saying this about Diggs. Diggs didn't decline in playing as much as the injuries declined Diggs playing. And I said this at the beginning of the season. He should have never came back early. Because as much as people try to make the argument, oh, it was the other knee. Do you not hear what you're saying? Do you not hear what you're saying? The knee the Cowboys were dogging him about is the first knee injury. And if the first knee injury is what's giving him problems, because the argument is it's not the knee he rehabbed this time, it's the other knee. You do realize that means he still wasn't ready. That argument don't hold water. He still wasn't ready then. And not only was he still not ready, it almost gives validity to the argument the Joneses were making, that the rehab on the first knee wasn't right. And he's still having problems. He said himself, after that second game, which was the game the Cowboys ramped up his plays, he started getting swelling in that knee. Well, no one ever knew that. People don't understand. Being ready does not mean that one knee he got rehab this time was ready. No, bro, being ready means overall. You're either ready overall with both knees or you're not. And so it's still even in a worse argument because the knee that has the swelling is the knee that they say he didn't rehab right the first time. So they got even more reason to be looking at Diggs side-eyed because it's almost like had you got that rehab right the first time. And I'm just telling you, man, as anybody who knows anything about these injuries, you injure one knee, you mess around and overcompensate on the other knee messes up too. And the issue with Diggs' skills is not the problem as much as the injuries took away the most important thing for a cornerback. Shoot, man, if you can't turn and run, if you can't make quick stops, start, stop, quick turn, run, man, you can't do that, bro. You're done as a cornerback. You're done as a cornerback. And Diggs don't hit good enough to be back there as safety. I don't think Diggs would want to be safety. Unless you're saying that he's going to be one of these safeties that just plays the pass. Well, I guess he could do that. But this thing is Biggs. I mean, this thing with Diggs, with the standard they're using, Diggs, they could keep Diggs off the field as long as they want to. And for all I know, and for all we know, they may be justified in what they're saying about Diggs. Because you can kind of tell in his demeanor, he's not agreeing with what they're saying. He said, I don't make the rules. Those rules are their standards.
That's dumb. They got to answer that question. But I'm ready, though.
We've heard a lot this week, dude. It's been a great practice.
Diggs is saying, I'm ready. They're saying I'm not ready. Who's right? Who's right? I'm just saying, who's right? Cowboys can do whatever they want to do with Diggs. And for me, I just say, hey, man, just go, just save the media and everybody trouble, even Diggs. Bro, we're not playing you no more. Go ahead, get ready for next season. We're either cutting you or trade you. Go ahead and get ready for your next team. But Diggs ain't dumb to this. Diggs ain't dumb to this. Check out what he says. Diggs isn't dumb. WCB called. He said Diggs mad also because Dallas wouldn't bring his brother O'Bore. Yeah. Hey, man, you couldn't have both of them here. Yeah, KH, he couldn't. I don't think he could play safety. I don't think he would want to. Diggs don't hit good enough, period. Nah, he couldn't play safety. I don't think he would want to.
There's a couple days now.
Yeah.
What's going on this week? It's made it a couple good practices.
I think our intensity level, just knowing what we got to do, to make this playoff push and just move forward. Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it. How hard has it been to not play these last however many weeks?
It's been hard. It's definitely been hard because, of course, you want to get back out there, but people feel how they feel, and
I'm just telling you, man. Diggs is telling us some things without telling us. Diggs is saying, bro, this ain't me. I am not the reason I am not playing. This is what Diggs is saying. I'm not the reason I'm not playing. I think I am playing good enough. I think I am practicing good enough. I'm ready to go. They're the ones saying I'm not ready to go. Ask them what their standard is. And then when they start asking them what their standards are, the Cowboys are just, hey, attention to details. Yeah, consistency. Consistency on what? No, they don't have to divulge everything to us. But they have unanimity as in what they're saying about Diggs, and whatever they're saying about Diggs, I'll just be honest with you. Only thing I'm saying is I was right about what I said about Diggs. The Diggs thing is not, people. It is not just an on-the-field thing. And I even think the Cowboys are even questioning, how much can he help us? I'm not sure they think he can help them. Old school. G, do you think this is Diggs' last season? 1,000%. I think it was Diggs' last season the moment he signed that contract. All the guaranteed money is paid. There's no more guaranteed money. Diggs is done. I believe he's done in Dallas. Too many injuries. I don't think he fits as much as, and I like Diggs, but I don't think Diggs fits what they're trying to do in the locker room. For whatever reason, and I think this is some of what they're saying, he doesn't fit the locker room. And I'm going to tell you up front, and people don't have to like what I'm about to say. The Dallas Cowboys are done with the Parsons type players. They don't want no more players who are outspoken against things the team is doing. They don't want those type of players no more. And we've already seen early in the season, Trayvon Diggs, he spoke out during the Michael Parsons thing. Then he came back and spoke out against Brian Schottenheimer and the way he's calling the games. Cowboys don't want those type of players anymore. Love it, like it, or hate it. I understand it. I definitely understand it. They don't want those types of players. They want players who are on board and they keep everything in-house. Do y'all remember when I showed the Nate Newton interview? One of the things that Nate Newton said that what he did not like was he didn't like players out in the court of public opinion talking about the coaches and the scheme. He said, keep that stuff in-house. Keep that stuff in-house. Don't be out here telling us because we can't do anything about it. Keep that stuff in-house. Keep that stuff to you between you and the coach. And what did Nate Newton say? Matt Eberflus has got to stop that type of behavior. Okay, well, now you got to tell me, how do you stop that type of behavior? Well, I can tell you one thing. They're doing it partially. You keep him off the field. You keep him off the field. And it sounds like he wants to play. And so even now it seems like he's saying some things, but he's kind of careful with what he's saying. But even in being careful in what he's saying, I still wonder if the Cowboys even view this as, this is why we're not playing. You don't like what you're saying. Boy, why you said Coach Prime tackles better than Diggs.
No.
Why? Come on. Stop it, man. WCB, he said, my question is, why does Jerry Jones store his money away on guys that don't give 100% every game? Man, I just think sometimes Jerry, I don't think he does it on purpose. I just think Jerry sometimes puts his faith in players that he likes. And I think he likes Diggs. Brian Woodbury said he says playing. Brian, at this point, I think the Cowboys may play him. I don't know if it's going to be this week. I'm not sure if it's going to be this week. We'll see what happens. I haven't heard anything yet on whether or not he's playing. But I think he'll at least if Jerry Jones gets his way. I think Jerry Jones wants Diggs on the field. And this is why I'm starting to challenge myself and others who say things like, well, Jerry is controlling this and Jerry is doing this. I struggle with this because this doesn't seem like Jerry Jones. Because I struggle with the Kenneth Murray thing. I said, we pay him, we play him. But there's a part of me that's saying, but maybe Matt Eberflus really likes Murray. Maybe he really likes Murray. Maybe Schottenheimer really likes Murray. I mean, you hear the way he defends him. Because when I heard Jerry Jones, it sounded like to me Jones wanted him to play. But it sounds like the coaching staff don't want him to play. So then when I think about Kenneth Murray, I say, well, that's Jerry Jones, but then is it Jerry Jones? Because maybe that is the coaching staff that wants him to play. I'm struggling with how they come to these conclusions. It's the coaching staff that doesn't want Jaden Blue to play. But when I hear Stephen Jones, it sounds like Stephen Jones wants him to play. So when I'm fighting against my own thoughts because I'm like, is this really Jerry intervening in certain things? But it couldn't be Jerry Jones intervening in certain things because it sounds like that Jerry Jones is not on the same page with this. I don't know, man. I'm conflicted on it. I'm very conflicted on it. Very, very, very conflicted on it. I am. Yeah, KH, too much injuries and way too much crap. Lock and D said, Shotty want football type of players. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just struggling with this. But I can tell you this. Trayvon Diggs is struggling with it too.
You just got to roll with the punches and keep pushing forward.
What's been the motivation when you are doing the rehab work? I know that's probably got to get grueling.
Yeah, the motivation, just being able to go back out there with my brothers and, being able to play with those guys again, run around, fly around, hit people, take the ball away, just doing everything together as a team. I feel like, that's the most fun part that I've been having with the game. So I miss that truly.
And what have you thought seeing what Quinn in with the addition of him and what they've been able to do up front?
Yeah, really good. Everything's been looking like it's coming together really well. It's flowing how it's supposed to. Momentum is going really well. Yeah.
Who have been some of the guys in your corner the most over the course of the last few weeks, just helping you get through it?
My mom.
How is she?
She was good.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. I've read something wrong before. Let me make sure I didn't hear this wrong. Was he asked something to the effect of like what players are helping him get through this? Let's listen to this question again. Hold on a second. This is crazy.
Everything's been looking like it's coming together really well. It's flowing how it's supposed to. Momentum is going really well. Yeah.
Who have been some of the guys in your corner the most over the course of the last few weeks, just helping you get through it?
Okay, now am I going crazy? Or did he just ask Diggs, who are some of the players that have been helping him get through this? Let me hear this again.
Like it's coming together really well. It's flowing how it's supposed to. Momentum is going really well. Yeah.
Who have been some of the guys in your corner the most over the course of the last few weeks, just helping you get through it?
My mom.
Whoa! Whoa! That answer is crazy work. That answer is crazy work. Did this man just say the players on the team that have been helping him is his mom? What?
No.
Boy, this man ain't do. Wait. Boy, how is this man getting back on the field? How is this man getting back on the field? Big Rubowski. Big Rubowski, hold on. Big Rubowski, y'all help me, am I going crazy? Am I going crazy?
No.
Did they ask this man what players on the team has helped you to keep going? And this man couldn't think of what player? He said his mama.
No.
This man is crazy. This man is crazy. This man is crazy. This man. Boy, this man is crazy. Okay, I guess this is probably why they don't want him back on the field. Maybe this is why they don't want him back on the field. Like D said, nah, Diggs, you're done. Robert Paulson said, he said that it made that retarded ass kid think. Man, I don't know, Robert. That's a crazy answer, man. I think this is more of the answer that means the players are not supporting him. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like to me he's basically saying the players are not supporting him. WCP said, "Mama's boy." Robowski said, "If not a teammate, at least the defensive back coach would be in this quarter." Bro, it sounds like he said ain't nobody. This dude said, "My mama." Like D said, that he said, "I definitely don't want to see Diggs Sunday right now. I ain't even see that, G." Bro. Lock and D, I didn't even hear this the first time I listened to this. Bro, I did not hear him say this. Old School said, "Gee, you're not crazy." Lost in translation, he said, "And you're done." He said, "Just go ahead and clock out, my boy." Bro, this is crazy. Whoa. Boys gang, he said, "This generation is cooked." Man. Lock and D said, "This is why he ain't getting on the field." Rich Lloyd, okay, so they asked what guys are in your corner. This guy said no one's in his corner. Wow. Robert Paulson. Bro, let me tell you what I tell my sons. Robert Paulson, there are certain things you don't play with. And what you say in jest, you mean for real. Man, I can't live with that answer. That's tough, man. Robert Paulson, bro, I can't live with that answer. I can't play like that. Old School said, "My mama." He said it with a smile on his face. He didn't hesitate when he said it, bro. I couldn't deal with that answer. Boys gang said he ain't no man, he a boy. I couldn't deal. I don't play like that, man. Ben Rabowski said, "Nah, don't mess with the reporter," because he took a pause there before he answered the question. Yeah, he thought about it. Brandy, what's going on? That's crazy. Wow. Whew. Robert Paulson, bro, I can't. Even if he joking, I can't ride with him on that, bro. KH said even the water boy and the cheerleaders abandoned it. I can't ride with him, bro. I can't ride with him. Okay, hold on a second. So maybe Queen is getting me back up to date. Hold on a second. Okay, Queen about to bring me back to reality. Queen said, listen on his answer about Dak. Okay. So let him keep going. That's a crazy answer, though. I don't play like that, but okay.
How was she?
She was good. Yeah.
I was talking to Dak about it. He said you and him have discussed it. He's been kind of optimistic and trying to help you through it.
Help me through what?
Just working your way back.
Oh, yeah. Keep working. Just going through the process, trusting the process, going through the process, and, when it's time, make plays.
At what point did you feel healthy enough to, you trusted your knee? How long?
Now, I don't want to read too much into what he said, Queen. But even his answer about Dak. So if I was playing, let's say I was playing about the previous answer. And then when you tell me what Dak Prescott says, my response is, Dak has been helping me. Dak has been very encouraging. Dak has been this, and Dak has been that, and blah, blah, blah. Let me read the super chat, because I do like what Real Estate Vet said. He said number 7 is good for marketing. I can tell you this, Real Estate Vet, it's a story. He said that's why Jerry Jones won't let him go. It's definitely a story that's staying alive out there. But let me go back on what he's saying, because Queen said, listen to his answer about Dak. Queen, you tell me where you are with this. But when I hear the answer he gave about Dak, it's almost like even what he said about what he's saying about Dak, it's like, it don't sound like he's really saying that Dak was been helping him all that much, other than just telling him to keep working and stay in the process. Because why wouldn't he mention Dak in the first place? But when he says about Dak, just look at how he answers this question. Just listen.
I was talking to Dak about it. He said you and him have discussed it. He's been kind of optimistic and trying to help me through it.
Help me through what?
What does that mean to you? That sounds like clarity to me. Help me through what? And then his answer after he says, help me through what? He's real clear. Okay, Queen. Me and you in the same, Yep. Queen, me and you on the same wavelength. He said, help me through what? And then he wants to make it clear on what Dak has said, making it clear that it's not that Dak has been helping him, but what Dak told him. I'm just telling you, be clear. Yep, men, Queen, that part. I'm with you, Queen. I'm with you. He made it blatantly clear. Yeah. And I mean, he straightened up his face. Dak what? Because he said, no, man, Dak can't help me through. Oh, you talking about, yeah, this is what he told me. Let's watch it again.
It's good. Yeah.
I was talking to Dak about it. He said you and him have discussed it. He's been kind of optimistic and trying to help me through it.
Help me through what?
Shoo. What? Wow. Shoo. Boy, if that's ever told you, help me through what? Yeah, Dak can't help me. Oh, yeah, this is what he said. But he's also, it's like he's saying, yeah, man, what Dak said didn't help me.
Just working your way back.
Oh yeah, keep working. Just going through the process, trusting the process, going through the process, and when it's time, make plays.
At what point did you feel healthy enough to you trusted your knee? How long has it been?
Last week. Yeah, last week I felt good to play. I didn't get a lot of practice though, so that could also be an issue. But I feel like I got a lot of reps in this week, got a lot of practice in, and yeah, it's gonna be a good week.
What do you think about your future?
No, not really.
This answer right here was also, now I didn't hear that answer about his mom and Dak Prescott. I don't know, maybe I was doing something. But this answer right here tells me everything. Let me tell you something. Diggs ain't dumb. Diggs know what this is. Diggs ain't dumb. If you didn't hear this answer, listen to this. Diggs ain't dumb. He know what this is. Let's listen to the question again.
That could also be an issue, but I feel like I got a lot of reps in this week, got a lot of practice in, and yeah, it's gonna be a good week.
What do you think about your future?
No, not really.
Do you think much about your future? No, not really.
Why not? What or?
Because I know who I am. I know what I'm capable of. I know what I can do. I'm not having a crisis of not know how to play football.
I'm just telling you, man. Diggs is saying, I don't agree with these dudes. Diggs is saying, I don't agree with them. They're saying that I'm not this. They're saying that I'm not that. I know what I am. I know what I can do. I'm not agreeing with this. Somewhere in here, Diggs is being politically correct because I think he kind of understands he needs to be politically correct as much as he can. but he's also dropping some dimes in this thing, man. And Diggs know what this is.
I know how to play football. I know what I'm capable. I know what skill set I have. So, you know, it's just all about showing it, putting it out there, and making the plays that I've always made.
Is this the healthiest you felt in a while?
Yeah.
Can you go like pre-ACL even, or how
Yeah, I feel really healthy. I feel really healthy this time around. So, you know, I'm just go out there, give it 100% that I can, and we'll see what happens.
Lost in translation. Let me tell you, I like what you just said. And I'm going to come back to Robert Paulson to something you said. You said he's saving himself for the next team. Robert, he's about to answer this question. I don't know if you've seen this interview, but he's about to answer your question. But, lost in translation, this is the statement I really agree with. Bro, this dude Diggs. You want to talk about somebody who may not be in reality either? I don't think Diggs is in reality. I don't think Diggs is in reality about himself. I don't fault him for being confident in himself because there was a time, lost in translation, that Diggs was him. Shoo, he was him. Absolutely. And the issue is Diggs hasn't forgotten it up here. But Diggs is suffering from what injured players suffer from. Your mind knows everything that it used to do. And the mind says, I can still do it. But then the body is saying, but you can't do it. No, you can't do it. You can't turn and run the way that you used to. I still say that if you're going to keep everything in front of Diggs, Diggs can jump routes still. Diggs still got those football instincts, but he was never a burner. Diggs can't play trail technique no more. There are things that Diggs has got to be able to admit he can't do anymore. I'm not sure Diggs can play man the way some people keep advocating that he can. I don't think he can. I don't think he can. But I know what he is saying. What they're saying, I don't agree with. Because, lost in translation, I believe you're exactly right. He's saying something. I'm him in case y'all forgot. Unfortunately, I don't think he's him. I don't. Big Rumbowski said it's not about if he still knows how to play, but a cue is if his body can still perform at a high enough level to compete in the NFL. Big Rumbowski. Diggs doesn't understand something. Have y'all ever noticed when I talk about Trayvon Diggs? You rarely hear me talk about any other cornerback when I talk about Diggs. You rarely hear me compare Diggs to anybody. And the reason being, do y'all know who Diggs' worst enemy is? Diggs' worst enemy is Trayvon Diggs. His worst enemy is Diggs because of who he used to be, because of the way that he used to play. You're not comparing Diggs to anybody but Diggs. He's the only one you're comparing him to. That's his worst enemy. He's not that same player. And I don't think he knows it. I don't fault him for saying I'm still him. I don't fault him. But bro, you got to show that on the field, man. And I said this and I'll say it again. The injuries have betrayed him. He hasn't been the same because of the injuries. He came off of one knee injury and then injured the other knee. And then when he rehabbed the other knee, the knee that he hurt first, and this is the part that people don't understand, they defeat their own argument. He wasn't ready if the knee that he got rehab the first time wasn't ready. It still means he wasn't ready. Bro, you got to be 100%. And I still say Diggs should have never came back until he was 100% ready. He would have been better off saying, nope, I'm coming back in midseason when I know everything is right. And I said this even during training camp. Let me tell you something about rehabbing. Man, don't let people fool you about rehabbing. Rehabbing is good for getting you back to a basic level. You have a knee injury, rehabbing is good for a basic level of recovery. You can stand, you can walk, you can run. You may be even able to run fast. But it doesn't get you necessarily back to an elite level of doing something that you used to do. That takes time. And people say it normally takes 2 years to fully recover from one of those knee injuries. But what does he do? He get the one knee injury, comes back next year, and it's the other knee. And then he comes back this year, and then the other knee, the first knee injury, is bothering him all over again. I still say, and I'm going to say what I said before, if I was Diggs, I wouldn't be trying to come back. I would rather sit out the remainder of the season. There is life after the Dallas Cowboys. I would rather sit out the whole season, let my knees get all the way right, keep working on my rehab, just get those things all the way right, and I would be ready for a team next year. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I would do that not only for my physical good, I would do that for my mental good. I want my mind to be right when I go to the next team. And this stuff with the Dallas Cowboys, I wouldn't even be fooling with this stuff. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be fooling with it. I wouldn't be concerned with it. I would be done with this war and this tug of war with the Cowboys. Gronkowski said all these guys think about their future. They work a highly profitable job that only pays 18 paychecks each year, and none of them are guaranteed unless it's in your contract. And he's done after this season. He knows it. I hope he's been investing his money right. I hope he's not like Odell Beckham Jr. Old School said it sounds like answering like a politician, meaning he is saying what we all want to hear. He is coming from a place of denial. Yeah, some of this is because, man, when you say you still him, because that's basically what he's saying. Laugh out loud, he said, am I the only one who noticed we've struggled against all the NFC North teams? Yeah, they've been tough for us. Yeah, Queen. Let's listen to the rest of this answer. The rest of this answer is powerful that he says.
Do you still want your future to be here?
Yeah, of course. I love Dallas.
Now watch this. He says, do you feel like your future is here or something to that effect? He says, of course I love Dallas. Let's go back. Let's listen to it, and then we'll go back and listen to what he says. Check it out.
I'm around, so, I'm just go out there, give it 100% that I can, and we'll see what happens.
Do you still want your future to be here?
Yeah, of course. I love Dallas. But, at the end of the day, it's a business. Whatever happens, happens. And, I'm prepared. I'm ready for it. And, I would love to be here. I love everything that comes with Dallas, the fans, the relationships I built here. But, if that's not what it is, that's just not what it is.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Come on, man. Diggs know what this is. Diggs ain't dumb. He knows what this is. Yeah, he knows what this is. Queen said Diggs know he's finished with this team, no doubt. Queen, everything he said in that final answer lets me know he knows he's done with this team. He knows he's done with this team. And this is why I said this before. If I were Diggs, I wouldn't be trying to come back. Do what DeMarcus Lawrence did. Anybody notice the kind of year DeMarcus Lawrence is having? Man, let me tell you something. This dude, DeMarcus Lawrence, is having DeMarcus Lawrence is arguably having a better year than Michael Parsons. DeMarcus Lawrence is having an incredible year. An incredible year when you look at it overall. Why is he doing it? DeMarcus Lawrence decided he was never touching the field for the Cowboys again. He didn't want to come back 90%, 95%. He didn't care if the Cowboys were in a playoff run or not. That dude did not come back and play another down for the Cowboys. Got his body right. Now he's playing with the Seahawks, and he balling. Lost in Translation said even Michael Jordan had to respect reality and change his game. Yep. Queen. Yeah, hey, Diggs also listening to his lawyer, Michael Parsons. Yeah. Yeah. JTX made, he said, laugh out loud. He said, I feel like this is a setup in a good way, though. They put him in front of the media to see how he will respond. That's why Stephen Jones said they will make a determination Saturday if he gonna play. Man. Hey, somebody said it earlier. He plays, man. Boy, they mess around and put him on Justin Jefferson. Whew. I got some media clips. And people are so, there are so many different things. People are in so many different ways on this. Jesse Holly said something that I thought was interesting in this little 14-second clip. I don't know if y'all have seen this. But this was Jesse Holly over on X. And Jesse Holly made some very interesting comments about Diggs.
Trayvon Diggs' time here is done. It's not a matter of if, but when. If
Facts.
they truly believe that Trayvon could help them, he'd be on the field. I just don't believe at this point in time they feel like Trayvon is a major upgrade than what they have right now. Trayvon Diggs.
Now, this is a 14-second clip. Now, first you have to listen to what he said. Now, I want you to look at the clips up above what Jesse Holly is saying. So notice, first clip, he shows Trayvon Diggs in training camp when him and the Joneses were going back and forth.
Diggs' time here is done. It's not a matter of if, but when.
Next clip, he shows them against the New York Giants. And for people who were saying that these things were not on Trayvon Diggs, they're wrong. Diggs was getting his lunch ate.
They truly
Look
believe
at
that
Neighbors ate him up there.
Trayvon could help them, he'd be on the field.
Neighbors ate him up here. This dude ain't ready to play Justin Jefferson this week.
They feel like Trayvon is amazing.
This was Luther Burden III. He tried to play press coverage on Luther Burden III. Luther Burden III put a small move on him and ran right past him.
Major upgrade than what they have right now. Trayvon Diggs' time here is done.
Look at it again up top.
Of if, but when. If they truly believe that Trayvon could help them, he'd be on the field. I just don't believe at this point in time they feel like Trayvon is a major upgrade than what they have right now. Trayvon Diggs' time.
It is what it is. This is the Diggs dilemma. And the dilemma is are the Cowboys going to play him again? And the other question is, I still got to wonder, does he help the Cowboys? Does he really help the Cowboys? I think that question, the answer to that question is yes, if he can still be the same old Diggs. But, man, we all got to be honest. Diggs, I don't believe he's got to show me. I don't think he'll ever be the old Diggs. I don't think he'll ever be the old Diggs. He's going to have to learn how to be the new Diggs. That's what he's going to have to learn how to do. How do I be the Diggs that I am right now? How do I play well being the Diggs that I am right now? So, Okoye Media, he said this is Diggs this season pretty much. But if he can return to form, we need him. See, this is the problem with Diggs. The problem with Diggs, any of us are in La La Land if we think Diggs is going to be the old Diggs. He never was a burner to begin with. So there's no way he's coming back. And he's going to be better than he was or even what he was. There is no way. It doesn't make sense. Okoye Media says, I want to watch number 7 and watch 97. And I want you to imagine what we'd say about them if they were numbers 59, 21, 3, and 57. He's talking about Oso Digizua, I think, and Oso Digizua and Trayvon Diggs. But these are the plays that Okoye Media has put together on these players. Check them out with no sound, of course. So this is Diggs here he's got. Check this play out. Look at there. This was the jam he tried to get on Luther Burden III. He said there is no excuse. Look at this. Terrible. That play was terrible. Look at this. He's gambling with no help and losing those reps. That was Diggs. Says he's gambling with no help and losing those reps. Look at there. He just don't have it no more, man. Diggs was late on this route too. Watch this. Toasted. He said these are the things that get young players sit down. Diggs is a vet. You see Diggs right there on the outside, got beat. He said he has to play within the system. He doesn't want to play within the system. It's pretty obvious. Big players make big plays in big moments. Here is again, 7 again. I don't even understand what he did here. Let me see. Was that actually Diggs? I don't think that was Diggs he's showing right there. Okay, and then of course he goes on to kind of, I think, talk about Oso Digizua. But this is the Diggs dilemma for the Cowboys. This is the Diggs dilemma. Do they play him? And I'm just, I think Diggs, I think he's in la la land if he thinks he's ever going to be the same Diggs. He's got to learn how to play as the Diggs he is now. And the question becomes, are the Cowboys going to play him? I just wonder if they're going to play him. Gronkowski said Jordan definitely changed his game, but my memory still isn't willing to accept his days wearing the Wizards uniform. Gronkowski, you know, if you go back and look at the stats on Jordan, he was actually pretty good with the Wizards. I think Jordan could have continued to win had he got on the team. But see, Jordan and those guys were different back then. They refused to make super teams. They didn't want to play with those guys. They want to play against those guys. Paulson says he might get a Super Bowl for the Cowboys if he does that. Hey, Robert Paulson, I'm just telling you, the best thing for Trayvon Diggs, I would not touch the field for the Cowboys again this season. I wouldn't even be pushing to do it. His concern should be after the Cowboys. I mean, unless he knows something that we don't know and he knows the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl this season and he wants to be a part of it. But I just say in the grand scheme of things, man, I'd be focused on trying to get my body back right. Because it is obvious, bro, the Cowboys are not bringing him back. Cowboys are not bringing him back. And Lock and D, and this is a great point. The Seahawks have a good defense. So why can't Diggs be smart enough to say, I'm going to get my body right and I'm going to go play for a great or good defense? Don't go out there and try to go for the highest bidder. Maybe you go out there and say, I'm going to play on a 1-year deal for a really good team and help this team go to the Super Bowl. Because there's no way the Cowboys are bringing him back. I just don't think there's no way the Cowboys are bringing him back. Yeah, Lock and D. See, that's what I'm saying. I've been saying this. Lawrence chose the right team, and that's what Diggs needs to do too. I agree. Rumbowski said if they let Diggs dress Sunday night and then throw him out there against Justin Jefferson all game long, then that's just going to be cruel. Bro, I'm telling you, I hope they don't do it, but it wouldn't shock me. Oh, okay. I thought that was Luther Burden. Stephen Miller, he said that was Rome Odunze. Odunze. Okay. I know Luther Burden got him on one too. Primal Rage TV. You said it, bro. It's like Parsons was Diggs everything, bro. Shoot. Old school city gets beat more than scrambled eggs. Lost in translation said they treat Diggs like old Yeller. Man, I wouldn't play another down for the Cowboys. Brady said go join your boyfriend in Green Bay. I wouldn't play another down for the Cowboys. If I was Diggs, I wouldn't even push this matter. Bro, I know you think you're right. Bro, just get yourself all the way together. KH said it's so bad I couldn't even watch it, G. Justin Bradley, good point. He said Eberflus was 2-12 against NFC North opponents when he was coaching the Bears. Bro, should have never got him. Man, I'm telling you, when I first heard about that bend don't break defense, I said, oh no. Oh no. Jerry Jones hired Matt Eberflus for continuity. Jerry wanted a coach that he was familiar with. I think it was a mistake. But now he's here. And unless he has a complete breakdown, I think the Cowboys are going to keep Matt Eberflus. I think that's what's going to happen. KH said everyone got one on him, including the Cubs water boy.
No.
Man. Boy, I can't. Man, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Man, I tell you, boy, this is crazy. Lock and D said, I'll say change the coaching staff on defense. You know, not only did they bring Matt Eberflus, they actually bought at least 4 or 5 of his staff members. I don't understand that thinking, man. I don't understand that thinking. But Matt Eberflus, and guys, I still wonder, was Brian Schottenheimer on board with it? I really wonder. I mean, we're blaming this on Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones hired Matt Eberflus. I'm questioning whether or not he agreed with it. Maybe he agreed with it. Because as much as we talk about some of these other things, it seemed like he wants Cavante Turpin on offense. He wants Murray on defense. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. All I can tell you is it is what it is. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Man, we turned this into Cowboys After Dark, man. Cowboys After Dark. We went 4 hours. I said it was going to be 2.5 hours. But I love rocking with Cowboys Nation. Had a lot of meetings over the last couple of days, so I couldn't get on the way that I wanted to. So tomorrow we're going to be back if the Lord is willing. We're going to be back tomorrow. We got to do our Cowboys. We got to do our Vikings versus Cowboys preview show. And so tomorrow we're going to start breaking down some stats and things of that nature, see if we can get some film and things of that nature. But man, I'm telling y'all, this is going to be a great game between the Cowboys and the Vikings. Oh, man. Okay, we'll do Turpin tomorrow. We'll go back through some of the other player interviews tomorrow. Oh, Justin Bradley, that is crazy. That is crazy. Man, boy, we got to help some of these Cowboys, man. Some of these dudes is tripping, man. Some of these dudes are tripping. But I'm telling y'all now, man, this Cowboys-Vikings game, boy, this is going to be a true testimony. This is going to be a true testimony. And I want the question answered. Are the Cowboys ready? These last 4 games are prime for the Cowboys to win. Man, there is no excuse. 3 of these last 4 teams all have losing records. They all have losing records. The only thing they're playing for is to spoil the Cowboys going to the playoffs. I'm not letting them spoil me going to the playoffs. I'm not taking not one of these teams for granted the Cowboys have down the stretch. I think they'll get up for the Chargers because the Chargers are a good team. But I want to see them not playing to their opponent. I want them to play to their skill set. I want them to come out here and blast the Vikings. Beat these boys down and get ready for the next home game against the Chargers. The Cowboys go 2-0. I think it'll build that momentum, and they'll beat the Commanders on Christmas Day. They'll beat them. Another short week, but they should be able to beat them. And then that New York Giants game, who knows? If the Eagles totally collapse, Cowboys may be able to come out against the Giants, beat them down in the first half, sit down in the second half. I'm very interested to see how this goes. Lock and D, I'm very interested to see the Cowboys' effort. Because we got out physical by the Detroit Lions. We definitely got out physical. And we better not let the Vikings come in here and out physical us. So I'm excited. We're going to talk about this more tomorrow. Appreciate y'all rocking with me today. We've turned this into Cowboys After Dark. I'll see y'all later on this afternoon, somewhere around 3 or 4 o'clock. So until the next time, appreciate y'all. DC4L, God bless. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace.